Arraignments. I don't even know what that means, to be honest. What is an arraignment? Shadow is dead. Rest in peace, Shadow.
He shall be missed.
He shall be missed.
Shall.
James,
Indeed.
you owe me a Coke.
No, you gross. Why not a Pepsi? Why not a Pepsi?
Oh, no.
All I wanted
No,
was
no,
a
no.
Pepsi.
No Pepsi.
Ew.
Fuck Pepsi. It's a cheaper,
All I wanted
it's a
was the
cheaper version of
Pepsi.
Coke.
All I wanted was a Pepsi. Just want Pepsi. My friend Brooke always.
How about an RC cola? Can we get an RC cola?
The fuck is an RC cola?
That is what I was just about to ask. Like, what the hell? It's an RC.
Is it a remote controlled can of Coca-Cola?
Yes, I was like.
I believe it's actually Canadian, if I remember correctly.
Really? So it apologizes for existing.
When you open the can, instead of making that fucking like small fuss, it literally just says sorry.
I'm sorry. Sorry.
Sorry, Buddha.
Sorry, eh?
Sorry, Buddha.
Sorry.
Sorry, eh? Sorry, Buddha.
Flip it.
All right.
Let me just see here. You want to sit idly in a podcast?
Well, everything is set up and ready. So, who wants to start this?
Oh no! I know. I've been following a little bit more since then. Have you had another podcast since?
No.
Last time? Okay, cool.
No.
All right. Yeah, because there's been some events that have occurred.
Oh yeah, I've been keeping a track on it.
I don't know if Skull is up to date to what's happening at the moment.
I hope he is.
Skull,
I've followed basically a lot of the stuff that's been made publicly available. I don't really concern myself too much with the sort of the internet chat side of this. So, I mean, a lot of this stuff is rumor and innuendo that I kind of try to stay clear of. There's kind of some conspiracy theories floating around about the issue that that I'm not really all that interested in. So I've been trying to keep mainly to the public statements made by the companies involved and people who represent sort of more reputable sources and takes on the issue. Because a lot of what I'm seeing from this is people who don't really understand or don't have a fully formed, mature understanding of what the sort of back end of this process even looks like.
I think the priority that or at least the thing that they're focused on, from what I understand, in regards to it, is the kind of regurgitation of the censorship that was present within history, and that I suppose that's the kind of conspiracy theory, you could say, that's been passed
well, it's
around.
not really a conspiracy. It kind of is.
I mean, it not necessarily, because like it's just so like when I say conspiracy, I mean there are companies being accused of doing things that there's not really any likelihood that they are doing the thing that they're being accused of. But the thing is, once they've been accused of something, there's no way for them to credibly get away from the accusation in the eyes of the sort of internet spurgout that's happening right now.
Well,
so it's kind of turned into a like a witch hunt. Like there's no way to actually prove that you're not a witch right now.
But the thing is, though, their actions speak louder than words, considering because of the accusations and the backlash, if they were actually like intending to do based on what they claimed, so let's say this whole thing is to protect the children as they claim, and they see the backlash, wouldn't it be in their interest to, like, you know, back off because they're not trying to push something on us?
All right, so let me just clarify the situation. So just to get everyone up to speed, recently there has been a this, I would say, it's like within the last 3 days, 4 days. Although I have gotten a bit more information regarding to the situation, that there has been a push to kind of like censor specific video games on the market. It is expanded as since its inception. What it was specifically pornography oriented stuff regards to women's sexualization, specifically stuff involving young girls. Anime usually is included in this, and video games with like zesty topics such as incest and so forth. So that's just
it was
just
incest and rape at first. Then they added the whole children thing. Then they added adult content in general.
Let's go through that. Don't just skip past the whole children thing. So what it means is that they wanted to have censorship happen in regards to like zesty video games that are being released on certain platforms. The first one is Steam, and the group that was involved is called Collective Shout. And then after they claim they unsuccessfully contacted Steam, and Steam just didn't respond to them. They went ahead of them, or at least they say they went ahead of them, and went to MasterCard and Visa. That's from their side, the claim that they made, to kind of block payment systems in that kind of way. How they managed to do this, I think Skull's going to add in over here, and Leo, you guys will add in. This is stuff that I'm not too typed in on or touched in on. At least it's a little bit more blurry for me. After that started happening, now we see from itch.io more video games have started being banned. They managed to get a horror game, Mouthwash, if I'm not mistaken, that also is deemed unfit.
Actually, no. The mouthwash game is a lie. Actually,
is it not? Okay.
Yeah, it's the mouthwash in particular is a lie. The rest is true, though.
All right. Okay, so from what it seems like, at least what I can see from their push on their website, from the Collective Shout ladies, is they see this as a win, and now they want to push forward. The next one is going to be censorship that is coming from Twitter. From their claims, it's specifically like after Kanye West made a video breakdown that he had on Twitter, he started a stream on Twitter, which had a couple of like things that on it that they didn't appreciate, and they wanted to start pushing in down on Elon Musk now to begin their censorship ban over there. The people in particular here, the Collective Shout, doesn't seem to be relevant at all. They are kind of getting bullied at the moment by the internet crowd. I've checked out their YouTube channel. They've stopped comments completely. They're getting downvoted into who knows what. I can probably guess that the 4chan crowd are now starting to bully them and bully MasterCard and Visa in a similar way, because, you know, obviously it's just a hellhole that you're going to go down when you go down a road like this. But what's interesting is that how surprisingly quick government bodies and government groups, especially even Microsoft in particular, as well as we know from UK and Australia that's working. Well, UK has been on this for a while, and Australia is quick to jump on this to support the process of controlling access to certain websites via facial recognition, from what I understand, and ID. YouTube's already putting into place policies.
Yeah, YouTube, Spotify, Discord's working on it as well. It's a mass fucking project at this point for all major platforms.
So to that point, that is everything now up to this end. My personal view is that it is blowing up a bit more, as Skull says. There is it's going to be so much
Also,
so much unnecessary frustration that's going to happen along the way. But although one of the things that I have noticed is that the YouTubers seem to be putting trying to get the people to put their old grievances aside at the moment, like, you know, the woke versus anti-woke crowd, or the alphabets versus the anti-alphabet crowd, to attempt to get people to pay attention to this, because this is a big deal to them. Apparently, a bunch of the games that were banned on itch and Steam happen to be alphabet games as well, and the alphabet crowd are not too happy about this at all.
even Adidas Sarkeesian
So
of all people is against this.
yeah, no, but this is now this is now where the fear mongering may potentially play a role, and you have to consider it. You definitely have to consider it, because it's the slippery slope kind of process.
I am so sick and
web
tired of hearing that fucking phrase.
I know, but it is a point that we have talked about before, and it's not even new, it's old. There was that video talked about like how the banning and control of media and entertainment has happened for a while. And I think the last podcast I was on was like, I'm very concerned in how governments, or at least if the payment systems are involved, we don't know. Skull's going to add in a bit more on that later. If they're involved, like how do you take on a super giant such as the pornography industry? I don't know how you do anything like
I
that.
would argue the opposite. How do you take down the basically monopoly of money transferring? Because Visa does 80% of the transactions in the world, and MasterCard and PayPal and one other fucking like payment processor like shared the rest of the 20, from my
Look,
understanding.
it's not impossible. It is possible. Activists have managed to find their way within many myriads of industry, and it's not difficult to have like kind of morally agnostic or ethically agnostic groups starting to pitch up. But like, yeah, there's a lot of questions that we can explore all this. But yeah, that's the update I have. That's the catch up. Let's take it from there.
The thing is, we have seen this tactic before, and we have seen this kind of censorship before. Well, it's not technically censorship, but change, like drastic change in the way products are being created. And it's in the movie industry. Like, ever since the alphabet people started like shouting to the like movie industries and politicians and all that shit, the whole like hero thing happened. Captain Marvel, the whole women are the best, that's how we got Ray and all that shit.
Right?
Like, this happened in the movies industry.
That's a feminist groups, but I'm starting to see it in a different light now. What I'm starting to notice is like, especially what I notice from companies and publishers, is that they've taken, and this was after the discussion we had the other day. I'm starting to notice that they're overreacting to people's gripes, and they didn't know that there was sort of a counter sentiment, because remember, they only look at the people who respond to them. They don't at all look at the overall viewers, the overall users. They only respond to the people who try to contact them directly. And up until then, no one really did put their foot down and say, no, like, these people are full of crap. And when the time came, they had to start choosing, like, okay, this side or this side. And to them, from an optics kind of point of view, you know, like just optics being how the media is kind of portraying things. Because remember, the media is also, news media has also changed quite a lot in the last 10 years. For them, it looked as if this was the way people thought and felt and what they wanted. No one knew that it was crap or unnecessary, or that no one actually agreed with the activist groups. So it could just be, and I actually am very for this, a a series of fuck ups that end up happening after one after another, and people just weren't as in tune or aware of the cultures surrounding it. If that makes sense to you guys.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
It's just that in the
I know.
past 3 to 4 years, we kind of got sick and tired of the bullshit being shoved down our throats. So we finally started like fighting back, shouting back, and we kind of settled. And then this shit hits, and we're like, you know what? We're not gonna make the same mistake as last time, where we just take it and see where it goes. We're gonna stop it in its tracks as soon as possible. Because, like, imagine if we wait with these new laws where everybody has to give their IDs to be able to access Wikipedia and any other form of like social media. Fucking hell, Spotify. What on Spotify requires you to like check in with your ID?
Well, you know, I heard that there was a very famous book that came out in the 60s or 70s. I don't know. Maybe Skull can remember it. That may have led to the assassination of a specific president, you know, and was held responsible for that. You may have heard of it. It was called.
Are you talking about The Catcher in the Rye?
No, it can't be that book. Can't be that book at all. No.
I got Dino in.
Yes, it was Catcher in the Rye Skull. Sorry, I'm being coy.
Oh, that's fast.
Right, I know.
Yeah.
Just so you know, we're live, and we're discussing the recent bullshit that's been happening online.
The censorship situation. Well, potential censorship. See, we don't have no.
Well, the thing is, it has been proven that it
some
is.
Of this,
because in UK,
yeah, some of this is.
Hold on. So in UK, some of this shit already like hit the fan and is active, and without a VPN, if you look up the controversial topic about immigrants and the immigrant hotel, I know nothing about it. I just heard of it. Without VPN, all you find is the official news, like the BBC and, you know, the TV channel news information. But if you use a VPN, you find all the information. What?
What is the immigrant hotel?
I have no idea. Like I said, apparently there's an immigration problem with UK. And the only reason I even know about this is because of this topic about censorship. Because without a VPN on UK internet, if you look up the immigration hotel situation that they're dealing with right now, you only find the official broadcast news channels. But if you search up the exact same words on Google with a VPN in America or any other part of the world for now, you get all the information about the situation, not just the broadcast of the news.
Look, you could say the same thing about China.
That's why we're comparing it with the China censorship shit.
Yeah. No, at least over there you lose social credit score.
Well, yeah. if you ever have Chinese people that are like sweating their ass off in video games in like casual modes, just type in the Tiamat Square massacre and they get disconnected immediately.
Tiananmen Square.
Whatever. Yeah. I did not give a shit.
Okay. So Skull, sorry, just to go back, like Skull, you were talking about like the censorship witch hunting.
Well, yeah, I mean, so like this has gotten down to, you want to discuss, quote, the bullshit, but now we've developed bullshit regarding the bullshit. So you now have bad information being slung across both sides. Like, it's actually difficult for me to even do any quality research into this whole collective shout itch.io Steam situation, because most of the there's
Full
been
responses.
some decent reporting on it, but if you then try to get beyond the just like the
drama.
sort of bigger heads talking, and when you get into sort of the forums or you go into the Reddit, none of these people actually know what they're talking about. Like, it's just a whole bunch of people spinning this story that's getting out of control, that's not based on actual reality. It's not based on actual facts. There's a whole bunch of speculation. Most of the people have a great deal of the actual material facts either misplaced or just incorrect outright.
So what is the actual reality?
Useful.
Hold on. Before we move on, you made the claim that people are not talking about the actual reality. What is the actual reality then?
Well, Skull, if you mind, if I just to interject, you mentioned some of your knowledge about the Visa and MasterCard stuff that you know from work that you may have done there before. Interesting enough, that is regards to the ethics and morality decisions. That actually has been, there was a reply, and it's on Reddit. Exactly the words that you said. Someone posted that's a reply they got from MasterCard and Visa, or at least from Visa specifically, where they said this company does not. I wonder if I can pull it out here in front of me. They don't claim to be any kind of moral judgments when it makes to the transactions that they do, and that has been now put into question now by other big talking heads, as you put it, on the internet, considering they're judging action versus what their action is versus what they've stated professionally, or at least.
So there's conflations of terms going on. This is one of those things where I'm just where it's just a lot of people just don't understand the payment industry, which is fine. It is not an intuitive industry. So if you do not have if you've never researched it or had experience directly with it, it's easy to not understand the sort of minutia of how the back end of this stuff works. But so there's a conflation of terms happening, especially around the word processor. So the complaint from so the initial letter from a collective shout to Steam used the word payment processors, and then listed some companies, some of which do processing, some of which do not do processing. Then in the letter, the response letter from Itch, you have once again the use of the word processor, payment processor. Like they were receiving pressure from their payment processors, and then you have the internet go crazy, especially
as it usually does,
especially linking the usage of the word payment processor in the collective shout letter and the companies that it outlined. And then so people just went and targeted the biggest of those companies because they're the easiest target. So you look at, say, like Visa and MasterCard. Visa and MasterCard are not payment processors. They are payment networks. There's a huge difference between the two. The difference is actually fundamental.
Can you explain the difference?
Yeah, I would like to know the difference.
So what Visa and MasterCard are global networks upon which payment transactions are processed. Some of these are purchase transactions. Not all of them are going to be purchase transactions. There are other types of transactions that will flow on these networks. But essentially, all that the big company, the Visa and MasterCard company, is the network itself, and then some sort of secondary and tertiary operations in support of that network. So Visa and MasterCard do not issue any credit cards. They do not approve.
So why does my credit card have
they do
either
approve
Visa
some
or a
transactions,
MasterCard logo?
but they don't actually make the approval or decline decision on any transactions. So there is a process in which the network will actually approve or decline a transaction. It's known as stand-in processing. It is the closest you will ever get to actually doing processing work from the network itself, but even stand-in processing, also known as STIP, is done using strict guidelines from the financial institution for which the processing is occurring.
So the banks specifically is what you're...
The banks, yes.
Yeah.
The client banks.
The thing is, we're not
so Visa
saying,
and MasterCard do not...
Hold on, because you ended it on a pretty good note.
Let him finish.
No, hold on. He ended it on a pretty good note.
If there's a pertinent... Yeah. Let's go ahead.
So the argument isn't that Visa and or MasterCard themselves are stopping the transaction. The argument that's been provided is that because Collective Shout claimed that Steam is doing has a risky content in it to Visa and MasterCard, they kind of force their hand into interacting with Steam and making them pull out of the support for payments.
Right. And what actual factual support do we have that Visa or MasterCard exerted any downward pressure on Steam or itch?
Because
has the collective people made that claim? Or has there actually been like well, let's say for instance, like people who've been diving and looking at
the only link between any of this material, so the only link between itch.io and Visa and MasterCard is the Collective Shout letter, which wasn't directed at itch.
But itch also released a response as to why the games were deleted, and they mentioned Collective Shout, Visa, and MasterCard.
Okay. Well, so here's another issue that exists in the payments industry, is that even merchants who are sort of closer to the core of what goes on don't necessarily understand what is going on with their payments as well. So Visa and MasterCard do not have direct contracts with any merchant as far as payment processing goes.
They work specifically between interbank.
What's that?
Do they specifically work interbank?
Yes. So
as a process system.
Okay.
So essentially, so merchants are not tied directly into the Visa or MasterCard networks. They do not access them directly. It requires them to be associated with a client bank. So a merchant, which in this case, itch.io and Steam are both merchants, as far as this terminology goes. They would have an acquiring bank or even multiple acquiring banks. The acquiring bank is the one who is actually submitting all of their transactions into the payment network, either Visa or MasterCard.
So we're in a uncomfortable position at the moment because most people who use online transaction systems, when they do a transaction, they're like, okay, well, I have to use my credit card. It comes from my bank. MasterCard and Visa are usually the two systems through which they have to digitally input their information to make a transferment or a payment from their bank towards another one. And it's thus that they think the channels to which transfer needs to happen can somehow to a degree be controlled. And you said like it can't be controlled in any kind of way, unless, for instance, you say the one of the two transactors are allowing for it, which means it would be Steam allowing it to happen or itch.io allowing it to happen. And now are using or throwing, let's say, Visa or MasterCard, and maybe this other kind of PayPal or the other system. I keep forgetting what it's called. The name of it.
Something like that.
I think Stripe. I think just got mentioned in this.
Stripe. And then what they're doing then is just throwing them under the bus, which raises a whole bunch of other questions, like the sense of like, is this actually what these websites kind of want? Is this what they want? Do they actually do want to have control? They just don't want to seem like they're the ones responsible for it. They don't want to take accountability for the removal of these games that they maybe consider are a bit zasty on their own platform. Sorry, I'm thinking a bit ahead here. I know we're still on the Visa and Mastercard
The thing is, I have Steam's new rule on screen. On my website, I can put it on screen real quick.
Sure,
and I can read it for you if you want. 1 second.
Why not both?
Yeah, I'm putting it on screen now. I'm gonna zoom in so it's big enough for the podcast. So, rules and guidelines number 15: content that may violate the rules and standards set forth by Steam's payment processors and related card networks and banks or internet providers, in particular certain kinds of adult-only content.
Certain, obviously that's the one that the internet is going nuts about, is the certain kinds of adult-only content
and the fact that they mentioned
loose use of language.
Yeah, like the thing is, it's not so Steam's rules and guidelines say that you're not allowed to publish content that violates the rules and standards of the payment processors and related card networks and banks. It's not their own.
Yes, that's always going to be true. That's true about every transaction.
Okay.
That's not true about these transactions. That is true about literally every single. There are no transactions are permitted on these payment networks that violate the rules of the payment networks. That's why the payment networks have rules in the first place. Those rules govern the collective use and fair use of the network itself. So no transactions that violate the rules of the card network, of the payment network, are allowed on the payment network.
And what's your assessment in regards to the situation? If you had to take a shot in the dark, Skull.
About what specifically?
The problems that may be arising, and kind of like what potentially the use of, like, saying that it's MasterCard or Visa. Is it just a misunderstanding, or people?
Yes. So it's a conflation of misunderstandings. So there's multiple misunderstandings that are now stacking on top of each other, and then there's people pushing forward with a level of toxic certainty that they can actually just push through these misunderstandings and actually enact some sort of change, which is virtually impossible because of the actual realities that exist that people are either unaware of or ignoring.
Certainty, that's a new one.
So there is no visual component between the payment network, so the Visa or MasterCard, and what was purchased. The Visa and MasterCard have zero visibility into what the transaction was actually for. So it must, in the same way, to take this sort of out of the specific sphere that we're talking about and just kind of get it into the general. If you were to use your Visa or MasterCard to make a purchase at a grocery store, Visa and MasterCard have no idea what you purchased. They don't know what was on your shopping list. They only
don't have
know
the receipt in front of them.
They only know the merchant, the time and date, and the total. The transaction amount. That is what is transaction data for the payment network.
Is it any way possible for them to get access to information like that?
No, it would have to be actually captured. This data would actually have to be captured at the point of sale for the processors for use by the actual payment processor. So the payment processor is the actual kind of endpoint in between the network and the actual merchant and the merchant cardholder interaction. So you have merchant and cardholder interaction. That is the basis for the transaction. This is happening typically at a point of sale device. That point of sale device is going to be connected to a payment processor's network. So that's where the payment processor comes in. They are the ones who are actually providing the service to that point of sale device. They sort of exist in between, a lot of the times, the merchant and the merchant's acquiring bank. So a lot of merchants don't even know who their actual acquiring bank is. They'll be more familiar with who their either payment facilitator or payment processor are, because that's who they actually interact with, because that's who is actually providing the service that they are using. Who the sponsoring bank up the stream is, a lot of times they won't know, because they won't necessarily have any interactions with them. Visa and MasterCard are not going to have any direct interactions with the merchant, even in situations where there's a violation of the rules.
I'm sorry, but that is not
the
true.
Visa and MasterCard.
Hold on. I'm looking at the Visa rules and standards right now. I'm pulling it up on screen. Okay, so it's 1.3.3.4, integrity, risk, and use of the Visa-owned marks. A member must not use the Visa-owned marks. And the first point, in any manner that may bring the Visa owner marks or Visa Incorporated or its affiliates into disrepute in relation to or for the purchase or trade of photographs, video imagery, computer-generated images, cartoons, simulation, or any other media or activities, including, but not limited to, any of the following: child sexual abuse materials, incest, bestiality, rape, or any other non-consensual sexual behavior, non-consensual mutilation of a person or body part. A member that does not comply with these requirements will be subject to non-compliance assessments prescribed under the Visa Integrity Risk Program, meaning they're going to pull out.
Yes. Now go look at what member means. Like, find the glossary and look at the definition of member.
Would that be only like a Visa or the clients?
It's not going to include merchants.
Okay.
Merchants are not members.
Members would be you.
Members would be anything integrated into the network. Merchants are not integrated into the network. Their acquiring bank is going to be a member, and any approved payment processor or payment facilitator will be integrated into the network and would also be considered a member despite being a third party.
But this raises a whole bunch of questions, because the thing is now, these games have obviously been taken off, and there is a group that is taking it almost sounds like I'm talking about terrorist groups now, that is taking account, like they're claiming that we did this. We managed to make this happen. And there is another group, a merchant, that is saying, oh no, it's the payment processor that's made this happen. Is it just foul play on multiple ends to save face? Is this because of like just trying to keep up your optics?
So the backbone behind, so we kind of have to look at the genesis point of what sparked the collective shout letter. So a lot of people are looking at the collective shout letter as being sort of the point,
the beginning
zero.
point. No,
but it's not.
No,
it's not.
It'll be difficult to find the point zero just straight up.
Right.
I think I found it. Would you mind looking on stream real quick to see if I'm on the right page?
How do we? Right, here we go.
Yeah, the stream itself.
No, that's yesterday.
Oh yeah.
Just tell me, huh? I forget.
Hold on, I'll send a link to the stream in the chat so you can quickly hop to it.
Or screen share.
It's gonna fuck up the layout. Hold on.
Yeah, I was figuring. Yeah.
Share. Discord podcast. There you go. Yep, it's in the chat now, so you guys can see it. Because I think I'm on it. It says licensing journal membership, but it starts talking a bin licensee or acquiring and this is language I'm finding tough to figure out.
It's legalese. It will be difficult to read.
Yeah, it's legal
I can
gobbledygook.
decipher some of this.
Exactly.
So, just give me a just give me a moment to look this over.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But what I consider that Skull was saying earlier is technically correct, because the frustrating thing is that it felt off the second that people started moaning about it. And when the MasterCard and Visa response did come out, I couldn't understand why that if a company can just do direct transfers or anything like that and have some sort of like respectable integrity when it comes to working with their clientele base, why can't they just handle it itself? I don't like the route this is going down, of course. And yes, I am going to be one of the conspiracy theorists. I have no problem being a conspiracy theorist. I just don't know if I don't know what is truly the situation here. That's why yesterday or at least the other day when we were talking, I wanted to really focus just on how the process needs to be handled in an appropriate fashion, as opposed to what potentially may be going on here, because I just don't have a clear enough idea. And it is worth talking about the foundations of these kind of things, because people do take for granted the power of media and the effect it has on them.
So I've reviewed the rule in question here. So what is the question or concern regarding this?
I just cannot really follow through it, because you claimed that a member does not include the merchant.
Correct. And this is actually, so this is the guideline for licensing. So essentially, integrated members all are provided a license. Essentially, it is what allows you to access the network.
Oh,
so your license can then be extended to other parties through these licensing requirements. Those parties do have to also be integrated and would then also receive these acquiring identifiers or bin licensing identifying numbers.
Actually, I found the rule you were talking about, but you're completely wrong about it, or they maybe changed it since you last worked, because 1311 says members acknowledge the proprietary rights of Visa and that unauthorized or inappropriate use of the Visa owned marks and Visa brand name may cause Visa irreparable damage or injury. Visa has the full authority to enforce all Visa rules governing members, merchants, agents, and other entities that use the Visa owned marks and Visa brand name. So Visa has all the power to control the merchants.
They have the authority to control the merchants, yes.
So
this is a blanket rule that allows them final say over the use of their network.
So they can technically be used to censor Steam in this scenario, based on
not in the way that they're being accused.
Well, based on so Steam says we're forced to take down or restrict games that breach the rules of payment processors, bank networks, all that shit. And then if you go to the Visa rules, they are pretty loose, because it says not limited to.
Right.
And then you said they cannot control merchants.
So the way that these rules work is they go from broad to specific. So you are in the broad section of the rules.
No, it was
there
specific.
Are further rules that will listen to what I'm saying. There are further rules within this document that will then further refine the more broad rules. One of these is going to get to, it's either in, I don't actually know if it's going to be within the actual visa rules itself, but there are supplementary guidelines that are also processed along with the visa rules, some of which is not public, because it has to do with their actual sort of trade procedures on how they deal with compliance, the compliance mechanism of the company. So there is a process involved for both Visa and MasterCard in how it goes from them receiving a complaint about a merchant or a member and how that gets dealt with. So there are actual procedural guidelines that are put in place, that are agreements between these payment networks and their downstream entities. So essentially, what would happen in this case is if the payment network becomes aware of a potential breach of the rules, violation of the rules, they're not going to go directly and nuke the merchant. They're not going to even directly contact the merchant. In fact, if the process works correctly for the guidelines for both companies, the payment network will actually never even directly be in contact with the merchant. The way that this works is that the payment network, and once again, there are documents that sort of detail the steps that need to be taken in order to effectively enforce compliance against a non-compliant member.
Can you point me to those guidelines, since I have the entirety of?
Once again, I don't know that they're public. That's what I'm telling you, because it's technically a trade secret, and the process is likely going to be different between different payment networks, and is subject to change. However, I will tell you that before any non-compliant assessments can be assessed to a downstream entity, first of all, when we're talking about non-compliant assessments are only able to be applied to members.
I just read a rule that said members, merchants, agents, etc.
Yes.
You cannot
Yes.
flip flop around this. There's a rule that says
No.
everybody's affected.
What I'm telling you is yes, and what I'm telling you is there's no mechanism within the system for the only mechanism for applying a non-compliance assessment is against a member. There is no mechanism within the system because, once again, there are guidelines as to what needs to happen from the payment network before they can take any action against a member. The payment network has to have followed a certain procedure themselves, a certain number of steps, which have timelines associated with them, have communication guidelines associated with them, because in most situations, you have to allow the member a period of reprieve. So the member has to have a period of time in which they can fix the situation before they are penalized. That's not necessarily true for everything. There are certain violations that are so egregious that they require immediate response, in which case those contact and timeline requirements are abridged. But in most situations, the payment network is not ever going to contact the merchant, is not going to have any direct interactions with the merchant, because the payment network does not have that relationship, both business-wise and contractually, with the merchant. What they do have is a relationship with their member. The member, in this case, would be the acquiring bank. So the payment network is going to have their communications with the acquiring bank. And any penalties that are associated with this compliance action would be carried out against the member responsible. So in this case, the non-compliance assessment would be applied to the acquiring bank, not the merchant.
So is this like a collective bank movement?
What do you mean?
The or is it going to be just from the purchaser? Is it the whole this retailer that's going to be the issue, because that is that's the conjoined point that we're seeing here for this problem, because it's Steam and itch.io that seems to be blocking these games, which I don't.
Well,
I don't
no.
have
So
a
they are the.
critic-
So what happened in this situation
Mm.
is likely, and once again,
That's why I want just
we are relying
spin in
on
the dark.
speculation. We're
Mm.
relying on speculation because we don't have
Shot in the
specific
dark.
details. That's why I'm saying we are still early in this situation because we do not have
Mm.
concrete details. We have sketchy information from some of the parties involved, and then we have even sketchier information from people reacting to the initial sketchy information. So what likely happened here is it has to do with a specific classification of processing known as high risk. High risk processing is more expensive, is heavily regulated. There are certain international laws that regulate certain high risk. Chief among those would be things like gambling, the purchase of certain substances, and very specifically, pornography and other adult content. The reason why adult content falls under high risk and is heavily regulated and has these, international laws and legislations and regulatory bodies that
Because children exist.
govern it is because children exist, and
Yes.
this adult content is illegal to disseminate to minors, which means that there is an age lock on the transaction. That is not something that is controlled by the merchant. That's not something that is controlled by the processor. That is not something that is controlled by the member bank. That is not something that is controlled by the payment network. The genesis of this requirement is regulatory bodies. This is a government controlled thing. The payment networks do not have a choice but to have rules and guidelines and guardrails against the things by which they are told by governments that they have to include.
So what you're talking about now is now the next step that at least last we started hearing about was the movement that, or at least the last step that ended up happening, is that government bodies were starting to jump onto this. We know the UK has been on top of this situation now for quite a while.
Government bodies are behind the genesis of this. Like the thing that sparked off the collective shout was likely a recent Australian
government
law
push
that was passed. Yeah, so the government in Australia took actions which birthed things like collective shout. Now collective shout goes out and tries to police the entire world based off of this legislation passed by the Australian government. You have similar things in the past with things that have passed in UK and EU, where legislation or regulation was passed by those governing bodies, and it had a downstream impact across the entire global landscape because so much of our commerce is now interconnected and international that it just does not make sense for a business to have super specific regional related rules of operation. It can make sense. It can make sense for certain markets, for certain demographics, if the money makes sense. Like, for example, operating any business in China requires you to be in full compliance with the Chinese regulators and the Chinese legislation and all that stuff. That is typically worth it for most companies to actually create that bespoke and customized set of guidelines, because the Chinese market is so huge. But if you think that companies are going to tailor their international business conduct specific to each and every country in which they operate, it's just not practical. So instead, what you're going to do is you're going to basically create your guidelines to cast as wide of a net as possible that's going to be operational in as many international markets as possible without having to be specifically tweaked or specifically watched over and interacted with constantly. You want a model that just works across the entire globe. So when a major market introduces regulation or legislation, if you are an international country and you wish to continue doing business in that country and others, a lot of times you'll just kind of move your own internal operations so that they are functional for both. And so when those types of things happen, you see these shifts, and that's why things get incorporated into like the operational rules for payments networks. It's not because the payment network wanted to put a huge kibosh on pornography or anything like that. You know this is true because the same payment networks will allow processing for merchants that all they do is pornography, because those merchants have agreed to take on the high risk moniker. In this situation, Itch and Steam do not want to be associated with the high risk classification.
What about Japan? Because this has been a problem for years now, where Japan
anime for a while.
Yeah, basically adult anime content has been under siege by Visa and MasterCard, and creators of adult content in Japan couldn't get paid because of the payment network being pulled from underneath them.
The only reason why payment processing would be removed is either repeated or continual noncompliance, or refusal to agree to comply with the network rules. If you are a merchant or an industry that refuses compliance with the rules,
but the rules are so broad, you can apply to anything. It literally says in the network's rules, once again, not limited to.
And I've already explained this to you. I've already explained it to you that you are in the broad section of the rules. As the rules continue, they narrow in and get more specific.
And like I read the rule to you, they mention not limited to, and then they give examples. I read those examples to you. I genuinely don't understand why you don't get it.
And those are high risk examples, by the way. So there's a very specific corner of processing known as high risk. A lot of high risk is actually driven by regulatory bodies. These are the types of things that are regulated by governments, not by the payment networks. One of those things is adult content, because it is illegal to disseminate to minors, or is illegal outright in certain countries.
So why is Japan fighting Visa and MasterCard to give back the payment, like the opportunity of payment and monetary gain of adult content? Because it's the Japanese government fighting Visa. It's not just the creators themselves.
Could it potentially, because of the statement itself is changing a lot of regulations that they have potentially in Japan, and that means that a whole bunch of reassessment, reallocation of assigning certain names and titles to products would have to happen.
I've not looked into the specifics of the Japan situation. It's not part of the research I've done into this, the Steam and Itch situation. So I without doing actual research into that, I wouldn't be able to.
It's just another example of apparently Visa or basically payment networks can and have been shown to do have like a hand in who does business with what. You make that's the thing. All we have to go by.
Of course, they have a hand in who does business with what. It's not like they're completely laissez-faire as to what passes over their network. And at the end of the day, the payment network is still responsible for the transactions that are passed over its network as it pertains to the regulatory bodies that oversee them.
Yeah, but if the content that's being risky in their rules, but not risky and legal in the countries and in general, why even assess them as a risk?
So high risk is a classification that is not necessarily controlled specifically by the payment network. High risk can be something that is applied. The label could be mandatory based upon applicable legislation or regulation, such as gambling. Gambling is something that is high risk no matter what, no matter where you are in the world. And that is a like sort of international regulatory issue. That is not the payment industries saying that this is that we consider this to be a high risk transaction. This is saying that no matter how we view this, this is deemed a high risk transaction. We have to classify this as a high risk transaction. Otherwise, we can't process it based off of regulatory restrictions. Adult content is the exact same. So adult content is not something that the payment networks get to have a lot of control over, or basically any control over. It is deemed high risk because it is a regulated industry. It is a regulated commodity. It's so there's similar there's similar things that exist with fuel purchases in the United States. So in the United States, fuel is a heavily regulated commodity.
Okay, does that mean that gas stations are classified as high risk businesses or merchants?
No, they're not. They're not classified as high risk. What I'm saying is there are specific regulations that are applied to every single fuel purchase, and this requires different classifications of different purchases. It requires different. So, for example, there is a difference in the way the fuel is actually regulated at a U.S. gas station, dependent upon if the transaction was originated at the pump or if the transaction was originated inside the convenience store at the gas station. Those are regulated entirely differently.
Yeah, but they're still regulated.
So they have,
based on what you said,
those transactions, right? But those transactions will actually appear different on the network, and that is not based off of requirements that the network is applying. Those are actually requirements that the government has placed upon the payment network and the merchant in order to have the ability to use automated fuel dispensers, or the actual gas pump is known as an automated fuel dispenser. And so in order to have payments associated directly on the pump, the gas station merchant and everybody involved in that transaction has to agree to the extra regulations that are associated with the existence of that pump. So because that pump is regulated differently than a very similar but different transaction, everybody in the stream of that transaction has agreed to the separate requirements. Now, it doesn't mean anything for you as a consumer. You don't experience anything different, really, between the transaction at the pump or if you had gone in and interacted with the clerk inside and then fueled up your car the same. You get the exact same gasoline. It feels the exact same to you. It shows up the exact same basically on your credit card statement. However, that transaction in the data is very different because there were certain things that had to have been captured by the automated fuel dispenser that wouldn't have to be captured at the register inside the store. So this is a difference in how the payment is processed that is controlled entirely outside of the purview of the payment network or anybody involved in the transaction, because it's done on a regulatory level. The same is true with adult content. The guidelines which control how adult content comes across a payment network are not up to the merchant, the processor, the member bank, or the payment network. They are going to be regulated by the applicable regulatory bodies in which the transaction occurred.
So basically, it's up to the government, but the government already has said rules in place, and Steam is following them. It's basically following the law of adult content. What's the word for it? Not displacement, something similar to that. Dispersion.
This
Okay,
dissemination.
But why is this then all happening now if it's already law?
Yeah, exactly. That's why everybody is quote unquote spurging out. It's because the content that is being basically deleted from being accessed or even purchased is legal. It's already been as you say, filtered, basically.
Because as I see here, I mean, this stuff we're talking about runs way deeper than what we're actually talking about right now.
I'm black.
Because as you see, the UK is censoring stuff. And the US also has a few bills that are trying to be pushed into government, or I mean, acts that are being pushed. So you have the Kid Safety Act, and you have the Screen Act, which is essentially the same thing about having your ID for required to access the internet, and now you have these payment processors doing their stuff. So I definitely think there's a lot more coordination happening to make a lot of these
And
things happen.
And to add to what you're saying, Dino, like there is something I do have to point out, and I know it's going to make me very unpopular, but it is important to note: never consider yourself to be on the side of good or any good side. You're on your side, and potentially your side can be used or manipulated to be a part of some sort of breaking movement. Not that I'm saying that the government shouldn't be kept in check by the people. It's absolutely a thing that should be happen. But what if there are nefarious groups that want to use something like gamers and the gaming community that is very vocal? We've pointed out that over the last couple of years, the fan base communities and the gaming communities and the movie watcher communities, the online communities have a bit of a strength to them. And you don't know if someone is starting some, or groups of people are starting some shit to kind of get. And this is obviously me doing tinfoil hat thinking over here, as that the anti-censorship thing can be used as a means to nefarious ends, and that's why we have to be extremely careful about our own position.
But it's been mentioned in many videos on this topic that this can lead to something bad, and that we should approach this properly. The only people that don't really talk about this or mention that this could end up badly are the ones that react to the people that put out the information in the first place.
React how? What do you mean?
So, for example, if Chibi, which is one of the main sources of information about this shit,
YouTuber.
Yeah, for example, Chibi Reviews. Okay. He's the one pumping out most of the information by the hour almost of what the fuck's going on. He makes a video about the information he discovers. And then you have Asmongold, which reacts to it. Chibi mentions that if we don't handle this properly, it can turn bad and it can rise. It's like the pendulum swing. It could be a really bad pendulum swing towards a bad direction on the other side. But Asmongold does not even pay attention to it or even discuss it.
So my situation that I'm just described there is that there is a system in place. There you've got the influencers or the YouTubers that say something. You've got or at least you've got the data miners or diggers, or the information finders who say something controversial or something big that's happening. Which I'm not saying this isn't big. This is obviously big. I'm not trying to downplay it in any kind of way. And then you've got Asmongold, who who exerts quite a bit of influence over the gaming and the internet community. And then now you've got the steamrolling effect for something that could potentially be it could potentially be the worst thing that ever happened to censorship ever, or it could be a big fat nothing burger, and it really was all along just a handful of games that happened.
True, but in typical fashion with movies, it started with, okay, let's tone down the let's tone down the roles of the man. Then let's tone
Could
down the
happen.
amount of cleavage women show. Let's tone down the amount of white people we have.
Last time we talked about it. Last time we talked about the censorship stuff. We talked about the satanic panic. We talked where things were labeled satanic and thus they were blocked. There we talked the last time in our podcast about the music that were kind of banned back in the day.
Yeah.
And how certain band members were like pulled into court, and then that was a whole shit show. And yeah, I do absolutely find it unsettling, but not surprising that government systems had means in play to kind of react to this very quickly. Obviously, but we're now in a position where people easily would react.
Yeah, we have information at
to
our
problems
fingertips.
like this. Well, not just that. Government systems have so many good and bad aspects to them that they could easily just like say, okay, cool, we have something against like the censorship towards things, and this is a censorship thing that almost unanimously would be considered like a good or bad thing. So we're gonna react to this, and yeah, they can totally go too far. They can obviously go too far. They can say, no, okay, well, what is considered adult content? I honestly don't think, and anyone's welcome to challenge me on this. I don't believe that the government systems are or at least the people who are in the governments, are as wise. I'm not going to use intelligent because that's the incorrect term. I think they're quite intelligent. I don't think they're as wise and long-term thinking and forward thinking as foreseeing problems that could potentially happen in the future as we presume or have presumed in the past that they are. I do think they're just simple people who are just as flawed and messed up as us, and they really don't know mostly or half of the time if the things that they're doing is going to work or not work.
True. However, the person that is whispering in the government's ear to push for this does have a long-term plan. Otherwise, they wouldn't really push for this so hard.
And that is true. And obviously, the collective shout people have pulled out their plan on their website of what they want to do. And they see this as a win. They see this as like a notch on their belt towards something bigger and greater. A way of exerting collective control. So yeah, we can hold one group definitely accountable for the things that they do, as well as like perhaps even holding the resellers accountable for something that they do. And it's difficult for me personally to just stay invested in all of the activism that happens. It does wear on you. So I wonder how long these companies have just been beaten and broken by all this drama, how long they're gonna keep on going before just saying, fuck it, let's just give it to these people. We don't want to keep on fighting this anymore. There's too much drama.
Yeah, but you have, as a company, you have responsibility based on the actions you fucking do. So when you get backlash from this stupid decision you made because you want certain people to shut the fuck up and leave you be, then you're gonna have the other fucking end. So maybe don't intervene. Mind your own fucking business, literally.
So far, apart from, I still don't know exactly what's happening with the mouth washing thing. I have made my stance regarding the adult content very clear. Like I'm not specifically against a bit more like in-depth checking of like who the hell is playing these games, as a part to just saying, yeah, no, I'm 18. Trust me, bro. But the way it is or at least being planned to go about it, I'm not 100% behind. I'm not okay with what it can potentially be towards. But there is a discussion that needs to be had.
Yeah.
There is a negotiation that needs to happen because, yes, look, I'm not gonna lie, fucking Steam is full of a ton of content that is
Questionable.
pornography, and it is quite taxing to manage.
Well, now it has 20 fewer.
It's 40 viewer apparently.
Last I heard, it was 20. So
yeah, but the
are
thing
we
is
up to 40?
I think so. I don't know. I think it may be more
actually,
now.
the funny thing is, on Steam, if you search, if you go on the tag for nudity and stuff, you only find 603 games under said tag. However, if you go through the list, you find games like CS:GO and games that are similar in gameplay to Diablo. I'm like, how are these like nudity games or sexual content?
So now you're bringing up a new problem. You're bringing up the new problem, and that is now censoring in tandem with false flagging or false tagging in this situation from a data mined position, or at least a data only, a numbers POV. I am not too happy about that concept at all. Just from a personal point of view, like I would want in-depth assessments to happen, and whether or not that's going to be the case, whether or not we're going to have to fight for it, that's a whole different thing. Because as everyone is currently catastrophizing, as most people, human beings tend to do that. They're looking at games like Heavy Rain. They're looking at games, well, mostly like these artistic games that tend to have nudity scenes or women abusing scenes or
Anything
or
implying anything.
Yeah. Now it's like it's becoming a very like messy situation, and the reason why the gaming industry is under this is probably because it is making a shit ton of money, and it is the new media. Anyway, that's just me on that note. Maybe Skull, maybe this is a bit beyond your time.
Also, there is a clip that
you
I
can
want,
barely change your avatar at this point.
there is a clip I want Skull to see, since apparently his he said we're spurging about this. Well, I have a clip that kind of, yeah, which I find pretty fucking insulting considering the evidence that this is a wave of censorship.
I didn't say that everyone was spurging. There is some spurging. Just because there is some spurging doesn't mean everyone is spurging. But it also doesn't mean that no one is spurging. There is definitely some spurging going on.
There's a lot of shit
from
that's
low
being thrown
information
around.
people.
Yeah, there's a lot of shit being thrown around, and we have to find the nuggets of truth in between all the crap that's being spouted.
Like phoning and emailing threats to Visa is not going to help. Is not going to help anybody's cause.
I haven't heard of them. I haven't heard of people sending threats to Visa. All I heard was,
from what I understand.
Yeah, all I heard was
not
that
only is it happening, there are YouTubers who are encouraging their audience to go do it.
Yeah, as there always would be.
Which should be a violation of the terms of service, but who knows?
Hatred and bullying. Well, not bullying, but like definitely.
Well, it was also a violation.
but
the fact that these games were deleted and they were legal, and the fact that
like not all of the games were deleted. By the way, they have been de-indexed. There is a big difference between de-index and deleted.
Yeah, it's like what we talked
away
about
from the market, so
like I got
you
a
might
bunch
as well
of games.
say they're deleted.
Well, there's a bunch of games that I have that you cannot buy anymore, and that's the de-indexed kind of situation. Yeah, and look, if people want it, I'm not gonna deny that doesn't exist. Of course,
but the difference is
they'll find a way to get it.
The difference is, though, the games that aren't on the Steam market anymore before this, they were taken down by the publisher, not by some third party fucking payment network or fucking activist
These were also
groups.
taken down by the publisher. These were also none of this content has been removed by anybody other than Steam or Itch.
Well,
They
yeah,
made the
but the
decision
publisher is not
I think
Steam.
what
index
The
their
publisher
content.
is the person that
I think what
made the
Leo
game.
meant is, I think what Leo meant is that it was taken down, not take it. It was taken down by the publisher of their own volition, so to speak. Like they were kind of forced, or their hand was forced to
Well,
do
the
so.
thing is, we can.
If that makes
Steam
sense.
is technically not a publisher. Steam is a marketplace. The publisher is the person that made the game
Oh, we're
and put
talking
it up
about
on
the
Steam.
publisher.
Yeah.
Well, it's the people who find. They're not always the person who made the game, but finance it. But yeah, I understand what you mean. Yeah.
Well, yeah, in this scenario, at least, you have Steam and itch.io. Games have been removed because of itch.io claims Visa, while Steam claims payment processors, payment networks, and banking and internet.
Yeah. So
like, there's a certain target.
We're in the middle of a massive like internal conflict war that's kind of happening, and we as the consumers are trying to kind of like get involved in it to the degree that we don't really actually know much of what's going on, but we're trying to be a part of it anyway, which I'm not saying we shouldn't. The frustrating thing is that the average person tends to catastrophize and start a lot more shit by being like a bit of a chaos factor or a useful
also
idiot.
the internet has no patience. That is the other thing that's at play here is you're talking about a situation that may take weeks or months to fully wade through all of the finer points and the minutia.
The problem is that if you don't act now, a lot of these systems are going to be implemented, and by then it's going to be way too late to do anything about it. You cannot fight anything that's already
It's already been a week when the UK implemented their stupid law.
It's not like you can wait. They literally do not have the option to wait, because if they do, they immediately lose. That's like censorship, everything.
Yeah, they're trying to be preemptive regarding the matter, right, Dino?
But that is the problem. You cannot wait.
Yeah.
Well, you can.
Well, at that point, you have to decide: are you fighting the big fight or the little fight?
What do you mean by that?
Which one are you more specifically trying to solve for here? This specific incident, as it pertains to mainly itch.io, or internet censorship in general?
But those are two different fights.
So yeah,
I understand. But you can't fight them at the same time. That's my point. Is you cannot fight them at the same time. You have to pick which one you fight.
Yes, you can.
You're going to have to sacrifice one of your. You're going to have to sacrifice one of your objectives for the other. This is the point I am making. So you have to decide. Do you want to move forward with this specific incident, or do you want to move forward on internet censorship in general? Because if you want to, if you want to fight the big fight of internet censorship in general, you may have to sacrifice the smaller people like the itch.ios. You don't get to win every single battle.
I don't know. What did you want to say?
But that doesn't really make what?
It makes no sense that you cannot win both fights. Those are two different fights, and there's a lot of people on the internet. Like the entire internet is fighting against the internet censorship, and the gamers are fighting against the game censorship.
Is itch.io being removed in any kind of way, or at least like banned?
Okay. No, it's being censored.
They're not currently under any kind of duress.
They're not even claiming that this is the majority of their content. They're
yeah, they're fine.
Yeah. I mean, so currently, from what I'm just seeing, is that people just don't like the way the wind is blowing, and they're trying to preemptively stop it, which I can understand. I don't, especially considering how world systems have been functioning recently.
I
You
mean,
would want
the-
to be like that. The thing is though, there is a degree of patience that needs to be had. I can tell you now that this kind of thing is not a thing I would want to die on. The hill I'd want to die on is the hill of, okay, cool. Now they're going after something like Silent Hill 2. I'm gonna die. I will fight for this hill. This is the
by
hill,
the time that
the
gets,
Silent Hill.
I
I
mean,
will die.
I mean, but by the time it gets to there, it's too late.
Exactly.
Mm-mm.
And this is a
It won't
hold
be.
on.
It
So
won't.
That's the
before we
problem.
move
Well,
on,
it will.
because-
It
hold
will
on.
be, especially if you pick your targets incorrectly. If you pick bad targets, then then it doesn't matter
Okay, Skull.
when you fight your fight. You're going to end up.
Hold on. So there's a clip I want you to see about this.
In a watch together.
Yeah, I sent the link to the watch together,
give me
and
a
this is a
second.
clip where I would argue we have to act as quickly as possible because just remember, UK implemented their fucking law. They rushed this law in because the fucking the cat's out of the bag, so they have to do this as quickly as possible. The population of the UK, yeah, the population of the UK, 400,000 plus signatures to get the law out of the fucking government and basically just delete it, was outright ignored and said, no, we're not taking this law away. And now you have this. And this is basically proof that if we don't shout now, we might not have a voice like in a couple days. Like
let the clip speak for itself.
Yeah.
So let's watch the clip first, and then we can discuss it afterwards.
Yep.
Okay.
I only see 3 people.
I'm in.
Me,
Okay.
you-
Where do I?
The link
it's,
is down
in the
below.
it's in the chat. Hey, Donna. How are you
Okay.
doing?
There.
And you,
Oh,
Potentially throw them in prison if they say the wrong thing online. For instance, I'm going to play the clip. I'll let it play for itself. I'll be quiet.
Online safety bill. If it's just about children, is it just about children, or does it
Do you
focus on
think
adults?
that should be an elite squad?
Barry, does it just focus?
protect
It's not.
13-year-old
I'm sorry.
girls?
The elite squad is not about children. Actually, shall I read you the thing? An elite squad of police officers is to monitor social media for anti-migrant sentiment. I don't think 13-year-olds are engaging that. So, is it also to monitor adults? Simple question, yes or no?
Yes, of course it will.
Okay, there we go. Look, sorry.
You hear that? I'll replay it. Let's replay it.
Also to monitor adults. Simple question, yes or no?
Yes, of course it will.
Okay, there we go.
This news report.
mind if we stop there and just discuss that quick?
yes.
So it seems like a gotcha moment.
It
but
is.
what happened here is it is. Don't get me wrong. It seems like it was a gotcha. It was a trap there. I don't have context of this entire thing or anything. I don't know who these people are. I don't know what the guy is who passes the law is or history or anything, I guess. But just from like a bland point of view, with no context at all, it seems like it's a very aggressive investigative journalist who kind of caught a politician saying some stupid shit,
and this is from UK.
and which could potentially be regretted. And but is that true? Probably. I mean, I can say that, but yeah, I wouldn't react too quickly on this gotcha. I would want to see what's like the response from these people. It's like,
But
he didn't mean that. Like
the thing is, this gotcha video was released, I think, 2 days ago, before we got the news that YouTube is implementing their AI for detecting 18-year-olds, before Spotify confirmed that they're adding ID, and if you don't confirm with your ID, your account will be terminated. Before Discord announced that they're working on their ID confirmation system, which they have been trying to fucking push for half a year now.
Yeah, getting
The-
control of people. And look, I would be extremely pissed in the case of, like, let's say, for instance, this is a situation where they want to censor like some young guy, because that's what YouTube started as, young people like trying out, like exploring their artistic nature on the internet. Like, let's say, like the Smosh people who were retarded, they probably got copyright stricken parroting and the Pokemon theme, right? Because that's how they got famous. The Pokemon theme that they sang together with two friends. That would probably get copyright struck, and you can't do stuff like that now anymore. And now you've got these people are being or websites that are being like, oh, this is pornography when you have this artist who is, you know, nude, but she's like covering herself in paint and doing it. You can't really see her boobs or anything like that, and she's jumping and rolling on some white paper. I wouldn't like that. I think it's kind of stupid, but I know there are people who consider it artistic, and sure, fine, whatever, it's artistic. But then at the same time, you've got like, it's legal to have yoga, nude yoga, where you get to see the freaking badge just absolutely like exposed there, because YouTube has that, by the
yeah,
way.
but that
in
is
case
in
you guys didn't
specific
know.
places.
Yeah, it has age restrictions, and now the way they go about the age restrictions can easily be abused, because what they are doing is data mining, but now I guess they're asking for it, as opposed to what people believe there was happening before, was they were just taking your data anyway.
Yeah. And we could
Yeah.
subvert it with
So I don't-
VPN just because we want it to be private. And now we cannot,
I
like,
don't know
they're
about
striking again for the privacy. We're
yeah, the
not going to be able
VPN
to be
thing
private online.
is the VPN thing is concerning.
True, because the main company that owns most of the VPNs is an Israeli owned company.
You see, this now brings
A
okay,
whole
I'm gonna
lot of
stop there.
other issues.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna stop right there, because
Exactly.
I'm not in the mood to talk about all
Yeah,
that
we're
stuff
no,
tonight.
that's I'm not leading the fucking discussion
I
there.
will-
That's a can of worms. Even I don't want to fucking try to fucking look at.
No, I will talk about it, but not tonight. It is
No, no. I don't.
I'll be
Typically,
tactful in my discussion.
the thing is, I hate talking about politics, but this shit affects everybody, including me. So I will fucking talk about it.
Yeah.
This is the only topic so far where we touched politics on the podcast. So, hooray!
Yeah, well, it's gonna lead to that. It always
How
comes
long have
down
you
to
guys
it.
been doing this for?
A year now, roughly.
All right.
And I mostly talk about games,
Skull.
media, whatever stupid things people say about gaming and media, but nothing politics related, really.
Anything you guys want to add, Dino Skull, to this clip?
I mean, this clip is what I was getting at when I was saying which fight are you interested in? These are two different fights.
Yeah.
The problem is that I would put the Visa MasterCard thing in with this stuff. I would say
Yeah,
basically,
and
the
that's
same
part of
thing.
that's part of the problem as to why you're not going to win the
But you have two
itch.io
different
fight.
armies,
Is because you don't
Skull.
understand the itch.io fight.
Skull, you have two different armies. So the itch.io Steam versus Visa MasterCard fight, that is gamers mainly. That is only gamers reacting and fighting the fight. This, however, online censorship that applies to UK, Australia, US, and the rest of the world soon enough. Europe's already like lost ground at this point. It's a worldwide fucking fight. Like, it's the entire internet. You have a much larger army. So the gamers can focus on the gaming front because that's what they're good at. And the political content creators and feminists and whoever's on the side of don't fucking apply this shit because you're applying it the wrong way, they are strong enough to take this fucking battlefield.
I'd actually love to see what the tabletop community, because I should actually dive back that into that, the tabletop community's views are on this, because they recently had to deal with a massive, in the last 3 years, or 2 years, they had to deal with a massive or at least not a censorship, but a rights issue that happened. And there's a shocking amount of people within the tabletop community that are law-oriented, who are paying attention and stuff like this. And look, there's a lot of zesty content that comes out of the tabletop roleplay stuff. It's all it's all fictional. It doesn't happen.
Like
But
the roleplay community is fucking thriving right now.
Can you consider adult content on play pretend, which is kind of what the video games is play pretend.
Exactly.
But with visual.
The fight is on fictional stuff.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
it's not even just normal pornography like on Pornhub.
Here's the thing about the Steam and the itch.io situation. This is why I'm continuing to harp on the fact that we are still very low information as it pertains to this situation. We have had no statement. We have had no statement whatsoever from anybody involved saying that anybody has said that this content is not allowed.
Well, it's been removed.
So my frustration, Skull, with that
it is not allowed as it. So what we do know is it is not allowed as it was currently being conducted. This is once again, these are these merchants wanting to stay away from being labeled as high risk or having to do high risk processing.
Well, they
just don't want the high risk label. And so there's a number of things that they could do to avoid being labeled a high risk merchant. Just because some of what you do as a merchant would be considered high risk doesn't necessarily mean that all transactions that you process need to be high risk. However, there's controls that you need to place both as a merchant, and you need to work in conjunction with your payment processor in order to do more dynamic processing. This is more expensive, requires more of a build-out, but it is what is necessary in order to meet the regulatory requirements around high-risk processing. If you don't do the work and you don't do dynamic processing, there's a good chance that the alternative is that you are labeled a high-risk merchant because you do conduct high-risk business. No matter what, at the end of the day, hosting adult content is high risk. It's always going to be high risk. There's no way around it. The only way around it is to improperly designate your transactions, which I imagine is exactly what the genesis was, is that these were improperly, these transactions for adult content were likely assigned an incorrect merchant category.
Yeah, because it was video games, and it wasn't.
So they were being passed off as normal video games, despite the fact that they are actually adult content. So they were likely contacted by the payment
against
network.
this.
But that could totally happen, because remember, the financial systems and the legal systems, I'm going to say this, they're retarded. They're behind with the times. They don't really know what's going on. They can't keep up with things. Just like most of the, movie business, they really can't keep up with like how quickly, or at least the kind of the generation outside of their interest. And then when they hear, oh, it's just some video game, they're not going to do anything until like a bunch of angry like Karens come around and start saying, no, they're selling pornography to children. It's like, what? It's like, but those are video games. Look at the video game. And the Karens themselves don't even know what the hell is going on, because they didn't spend time raising their kids.
But here's the thing: is we know that adult content is allowed on
Steam and
both Visa and MasterCard's networks. There's a ton of porn on there that is completely above board and done completely legally, because it's all labeled as adult content, and it is every single one of those transactions, or at least enough of the majority of them in order to pass the sniff test.
I assume it's called Pornhub, right?
are labeled as high risk. So as long as you have your high-risk adult content properly designated on the network will allow it.
So if it is properly designated and then still fucking removed, what do you call that?
A choice by the merchant. Once again, the decision to remove the content at the end of the day was still the merchant's.
Can I say this quickly? So I would assume then, this is just my POV, the retailer, itch.io or Steam, were kind of getting away with something that maybe
Yes.
to their full knowledge, or they didn't know, was something that wasn't okay within the bounds.
If they have been processing high risk transactions without high risk designations, then yes, they have been making ill-gotten gains.
Yeah, well, fine, whatever. It's being changed now. Sure, we don't have a problem with that, as long they don't want to be associated with that kind of stuff. So, well, yeah, see, now that's the problem. It's like now the language changing is like association, right? That would flip, yeah.
But once again,
You'd have
this is
to-
all based in speculation. So any explanation I come up with is speculation. Any explanation you come up with is speculation. It's all speculation because we don't have the specific details.
But
Now,
we do
I have
not
a question for
require
you,
the
Skull.
specific details when we have certain rules being implemented on the fucking platform that had the
You have no idea who the rules were being applied against in this situation.
Yeah, and also I'm gonna also add this. I don't think they even know what the hell they're doing. I think they're trying to figure this out as it's going along as well. And making a public statement is such a scary thing nowadays.
Itch.io is a very small company of about 25 people. This is not like some major tech business. Like these are people who have just elevated themselves out of the garage startup phase in their business.
Okay. And they're doing a good job. Like, let's not get wrong. I actually like itch.io and what they're trying to do.
I'm not saying anything bad about them. It's a necessary step in the evolution of your company. But it also means that when you're dealing with the big boys, there's situations where you're not going to fully understand the waters in which you are now swimming.
See, itch.io, I think before in the point in time when because the stuff I know of itch.io is games that are being uploaded that you can download for free, but you can make donations. And I think that's the issues where they started pulling MasterCard and Visa in, is that if you in PayPal, is if you make donations towards a game that has these kind of like things in it, then they are very well within their bounds to kind of like withdraw their support, or at least their support of the situation, or at least inform the supplier in that sense. Like, we're gonna upgrade. So get it wrong. They probably reported them. I think that's maybe what potentially could have happened.
Well, yeah, so I mean, it's almost assuredly
it's snitching.
Visa and MasterCard would have had no other insight into what itch.io was even doing unless somebody reported it to them. As soon as they receive a report from either the public or one of their business partners, they have a fiduciary responsibility to investigate and act accordingly.
No, it's fine. I'm just kidding.
Well, I'm sorry, but it's true. That is the actual word.
I'm not angry at it. It's the right word.
They are a publicly traded company which has fiduciary responsibilities to its stakeholders.
Most people, hopefully, by now knows what that means, thanks to Fallout, the Fallout TV show.
So there's no world in which, if Visa and MasterCard receive reports or complaints that this activity is occurring, that they can ignore it. They don't have the option of looking the other way. So they have to at least investigate it. If their investigation turns up that there's a violation of the rules, then they are contractually obligated to their other members to achieve compliance to their rules.
Right. Well, I'm actually glad that you came on and you kind of like explained that aspect of the whole sales transaction thing, because hopefully, any asshole who watches this, yes, that's you, viewer, will actually understand that part a little bit better. But yeah, as this is a multifaceted problem, there's a whole bunch of other aspects that are kind of like associated with this that I am very interested in, that I like to talk about. But yeah, I think we've already tackled it a bit. It's like, what does this mean for the future of gaming? What can we expect or do gamers need to kind of demand, or at least responsible gamers, I want to use that term, need to demand from the governments, or at least, and what do we need to do amongst ourselves, more importantly? Some big questions, to ensure that stuff like this doesn't happen again in the future. That's what I meant to say. Yeah. Karen, done it?
I think the part I already said. I think the future is pretty clear to see. It's 1984, just a little later.
See, that's the thing, though, is the catastrophe situation that everyone is kind of like looking towards. I'm not saying it isn't moving towards that. In fact, actually, I'm gonna go ahead and say I'm in the camp of like thinking governments are overstepping their reach.
I mean,
I do believe very.
Yeah, I just want to say the thing that the UK is doing is like that. That's literally it.
Yeah.
And I definitely believe we're very well on our way. That's just my prediction. I'm happy to be called wrong in the future, but my prediction is the time when the populace and their governing bodies are going to start. There's going to be an uprising against, or at least a conflict between the two, is very well close at hand. Like I said, I'll happy if that's wrong. But it looks to me like that's going to be a situation.
Pretty soon that can't be a thing. Because once more autonomous weapon systems are being created, all of a sudden you don't need to care about what the people think anymore.
Well, I wasn't thinking about like the actual war situation. I'm just talking about the tension that exists now, because the people want to know, or at least try and run things in a specific way, and there's a division amongst the people on how things should be run. So it is a situation of like governing bodies versus it's more demolition.
So
it's more demolition man kind of situation.
So one of the issues, and I think this, if there's going to be a sort of positive takeaway from this kind of shit show that has been this itch.io situation, is that there are government shackles here that exist baked into the situation that the average consumer cannot see. They are invisible. The government influence that exists inside this situation is not apparent to the casual viewer. So you end up getting this situation where you have a whole bunch of people turning on private industry when the private industry is not necessarily the one controlling the interaction either. So you have regulatory shackles which control the classification and network interaction of high risk transactions, and that is the backbone of this conflict. But nobody's talking about it. Like nobody's concerned with that. All they hear, oh, big company is acting against little company.
Well, maybe we should be.
And nobody's concerned that big company is shackled is essentially forced into some of these actions based off of international regulatory concerns.
But isn't that a naturally normal thing that a big company would have more, let's say, attention put on them? Because Well, at the end of the day, it always comes back to money, doesn't it? It's like,
Well, yeah, I mean that's the thing is it's easy to blame the large corporation because they're the large corporation. They're a nameless, faceless blob entity that has a bunch of money. But
Yeah.
at the end of the day, what is every single corporation?
They're the sum of their clientele.
It's a bunch of people.
Yeah.
Corporations do not exist as these
mindless
mindless.
swarm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's the building is not making any decisions. The actual real estate has nothing to do with what happens. At the end of the day, these are people making decisions with other people. And when you remove the human aspect of a corporation and
Then
just
you can
think that
just
they're an
look
easy
at it.
target that you can say and do whatever you want against, and it's a victimless crime. You're not hurting anybody by taking down or taking action against a corporation. That's a very low level sort of societal thinking.
And we've
But
been
at the end
doing
of the
it as
day,
gamers for a
somebody
long
at
time
said
against.
company made that decision. So when they blame the decision, they blame
What
the
decision?
company that made
What
said
decision? You don't know what decisions were made. This is my whole point about the details of this situation. You are assuming facts that are not in evidence. You have no knowledge of what decisions were made by what companies.
Not until someone comes out and says, I take accountability for this. But that's another issue I have. No one, who the hell would want to even? Who the hell
Yeah, they
would
might
want
not. A lot of this
They
stuff
won't.
is actually bound by confidential contractual agreements that a lot of the parties involved, even if they wanted to,
Is
the finer
do you
details
think-
of what happened here cannot.
And the question is that what the gamers are looking for? Do they want someone to do they want to make it a fiduciary responsibility to take accountability for a decision such as this towards the customer and clientele base, the stakeholders? Do people want that? Is that a gaming need? Because that's a very interesting question. Like, do we want people within businesses to say, you know what? I'm the CFO, I'm the CEO. It's probably someone in the C-suite who ends up making a decision, or it's a board. And they'll be like, no, we collectively made this decision, blah 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 blah, and we're sticking by it. And then of course, what will usually ensue is the gaming community will be happy, unhappy, in the decision that goes forward. But it's like, is that a fiduciary responsibility?
Well, I mean,
Taking
one of the
account-
issues with the gaming community is they are generally unhappy people.
Yes, well,
As a group, if you look at the movements within the gaming community, there are more things that they are campaigning against than they are campaigning for. They are a group
Yeah,
that is
but
defined by
recently
that which they
games
oppose.
have been fucking dragged through the mud.
specifically AAA, the big businesses, because when you pull down like where the finances go, you don't really see the money's worth on screen. But then obviously you should not be buying the games. That is how we've learned how to vote, is with our wallets, right?
Yeah.
And then they learn, okay, what we're making some mistakes because we're losing money. We have to let go of people, and then all the drama happens afterwards, and then they have to course correct. Well, one of other ways gamers have learned how to show their happiness or displeasement of things is by doing the whole review dropping or bombing, as they call it. It's like, okay, well, we didn't like the decisions you've made, we're gonna just review bomb your game. That's a very clear message towards devs, and some devs have been sharp. They've been like, oh, okay, well, this is obviously not a good idea. In the case of, let's say, for instance, Total War Warhammer, a while back when they started implementing their when they implemented the increase, Sega started increasing the the cost of DLCs, which of Total War has a crap ton of. the gaming community was like, no, dude, this costs way too much. We're gonna review bomb you. And then they learned, okay, we didn't like this, so we ended up creating a new strategy. The strategy, unfortunately, did backfire upon the gaming community quite a bit, but there was some sort of like attention gathered by the review bombing that ended up happening. But Skull, to what you're saying, the gamers are kind of like an unhappy group in overall. The frustrating thing is you can't really see. It's the case of human nature in overall. It's like everyone doesn't make a peep when everything's fine, which I don't believe that's 100% true in the gaming community. Gamers praise good games.
Yeah,
they really do. They
it's
love
just
it.
recently
They'll
there
go
haven't
crazy
been
about it.
many.
Yeah, well, the issue is you don't make headlines praising the good games.
Yes,
That's
you
a news
do.
issue. That is a news
The
issue.
gaming community. No. This. All right, whatever. I'm not gonna get into it.
Okay. Fine, fair enough. We can leave that for another day. Right?
I'm just saying the public perception of the gaming community is going to be defined by what people outside the group see the group doing.
Yes, of course.
Keep in mind that some of the people outside the gaming group are the people creating and selling the games. So one of the issues that they actually are not going to the people creating the business end of the creation of these video games is not going to care about review bombs if the game still sells.
Yes.
So continuing to purchase a game and then complaining about it on the internet is not going to send any other message to the companies responsible for creating the video game other than this video game sold. As long as the video game sells, they're going to just
kind of
continue
need to
making
buy the
that
game
video
to review the game.
So it's like one of the reasons why the Assassin's Creed franchise is kind of like in this weird spiral, is because the video games continue to be very commercially successful. However,
I do not recall
sort of
an Assassin's Creed game be successful since Origins.
Well, okay, so yeah, just to update, that is kind of happening now at the moment in the video game industry, where the games are not being as successful as they previously were.
Also,
so there is also a decline there.
Like, Skull, how can you expect the gaming community to be like perceived even from the outside or the inside as very happy or cheerful when no matter what the gaming community does, they're not being listened to. They're constantly being served garbage slop year after year, where old franchises that haven't been touched for years and are held dear in our hearts from childhood are being basically revived and fucking crumbled before our eyes.
It's being regurgitated, repackaged and stuff. But that's been happening in films now for a while as well.
Exactly.
So here's one of the issues is the gaming community is largely going to be defined by the most visible elements of its worst attributes. So what I mean by that is when the highly visible aspects of your community are you vocally complaining and issuing death threats to people who work for corporations, you're not going to get listened to.
But that's not the majority.
If that's your public image, you are not going to be listened to. Like you are not showing that you are worth listening to because you don't have anything valuable to say.
But that's not the majority. It's the same as the fucking quizzes online that like, you get 10 complaints and one of them has a death threat, then you ignore all of them.
So Skull's not making a statement based from a moral judgment. He's just pointing out a fact that could potentially be an issue, is an optics issue. That could happen on the
video game. It always is going to be an optics issue because there's always going to be an asshole that takes it too far. Same with everything.
But it's not an asshole. It's the collection of assholes. Like we were saying with the current conflict, it's when your assholes collectivify and engage in these activities in mass, and it makes the news.
Every single community has a bunch of assholes.
This is why I'm saying if you conduct yourself the way that if this community continues to conduct itself in the manner in which it is acting in the itch.io, so currently, based off of current activities, you are going to lose the itch.io fight because you don't understand the itch.io fight, and you have no interest in understanding what is actually going on because you're so obsessed with your objective. You're objective obsessed, and you're wholly focused on an objective that you're not going to meet it because you don't understand the steps necessary to get there. And you're going to lose the next fight. Then you're going to lose the next fight. Then you're going to lose the next fight until you learn how to actually interact with these other entities in a way that actually engages the conflict. You're not even engaging the conflict at core with the itch.io issue.
That's what the gamers are doing.
That the means, no. So what's called saying is that the gaming community hasn't learned how to effectively engage in the conflict war that the rest of the world is kind of on. The frustration is that the gaming community is extremely large and they believe they are very powerful. So it's I don't know to the degree how true that is. I can't measure that.
I wouldn't doubt that the gaming community is actually potentially the potential power is probably through the roof.
Yeah.
Now realizing that potential is not the community's strong point.
It's like but okay, I was about to make like a very zesty joke about like, oh, you know what? Okay, well, I'm gonna do it anyway. Whatever. We need to learn how to hide the fact that we're grooming children.
Yeah, exactly.
Like the people in the UK are.
Yeah. Well, you just got to get the government involved in the the crime.
Yeah,
and then
you see, the frustration is I don't want to. The gaming community is doing something that I can admire, but also I kind of like look down upon, and that is they're choosing to engage in a very straightforward attack. It's like a straightforward conflict. But the frustration is that they're trying to engage in a straightforward conflict in a world where conflict is done in extremely manipulative, subdusive, and very nasty and subtle ways. And a straightforward assault on it just makes you look like you're an amateur. And really, one of the ways to get involved in it is you need to learn how to play the game. I'm. This is where I'm kind of like
that kind of relies on the gaming community being in unison. The thing is, within the gaming within the gaming community, there are people that are against. So within the gaming community, there are people that are against these types of games, for these types of games, or indifferent of these types of games. The fucking common thing that pissed all of them is the fact that outside third parties are fucking around with what we can and cannot play. That's what they're attacking.
Gaming is a part of the world, and the gamers have to acknowledge this.
Yeah, but the world should also acknowledge that they cannot control it either.
That's true. So what we're doing now, what is happening now inconsequentially, and that's just my point of view because, conflict is something that I specialize in quite a bit. Interpersonal conflict, at least. Maybe not large scale like societal conflict. But what is happening now, regardless, is the systems of the world are engaging with a very, I'm going to say young. Is it fair to say young? Gaming as a part of society is quite young.
Yeah.
Is it
most of gamers nowadays are on the younger side.
Do you think that's a fair statement? Well, not just gamers, like gaming. The gaming world is quite a young part of society. Skull, do you think that's a fair statement to say?
I mean, I think it's sort of always been true that it's
Roughly
the
30
target
years, 40
demographic
years?
is towards the younger
groups. Yeah.
yeah,
So
the younger portion of the
okay.
population.
So with that statement, I think now a younger group is trying to learn how to engage with the rest of the world. Gamers in overall, and I will happily fight about this, I think are quite asocial, not antisocial, asocial, introverted people by nature. Just as a generalization. Do you think that's a fair statement?
That is kind of why gaming is so popular, really.
Sure. But one of the things I know professionally is asocial, introverted people have a very difficult time engaging in conflict in a healthy way. So they are now a bunch of asocial, introverted people, mostly, not all of them, trying to engage in a social conflict, which requires a bit more apprehension. No, not apprehension.
Finesse.
Tactfulness. Yes, finesse and tactfulness. That's a good one. Finesse, I like that one. Tactfulness, which they're not capable of doing because they're not as versed and practiced in conflict. Most of the ways that we handle conflict as gamers is fuck you, you say swear words, some slurs, and then insult the person's mom. And not to say that I'm against that. I mean, I'm a gamer. I think there's absolutely there's a fine time in a person's private life to just talk smack with the homies, and that is definitely time for it. But you can't behave like that when it comes to operating on the world stage.
But the problem is that they're taking away that private time where we can be like that. Like fucking Call of Duty, a game that is marked 18 plus, is applying childish fucking rules and fucking anti-bullying fucking terms of service for voice chat and text, like for children.
So the gamers need to now vote with their wallet. Gamers need to go say, we don't like having our private time. We don't like Discord.
Yeah,
which, by the way, this is the thing that Discord is doing. We don't like Discord, like monitoring us when we're going to say a naughty word on Discord. And now we have to kind of do an adult verification check.
But the problem in this scenario,
I know.
But the problem in this scenario is we cannot even vote with our wallet because X games are off the fucking market.
So what's going to happen naturally anyway is gamers are just going to be like, or people, I'm going to say people, not even gamers, I'll say people, are going to leave those systems behind. They're going to make a new system and they're going to be happier with that system because it gives them what they need. While the other people are not too bothered with it, or at least can tolerate it to some degree, depending on how long that lasts. We see that everything does have its limit, is going to just stick around. And then a new system will come along because that is actually the beauty of a free market. The beauty of a free market is where there is a lacking, someone's going to pick up the slack.
So when are we going to have Internet 2.0 where it's going to be like a core embedded rule of Internet 2.0 that there's going to be no censorship of any kind?
It's already been discussed. Even the creator, one of the creators of the internet, has straight up said, this is not at all how I envisioned the internet being used, when he's talking about like very harsh censorship and control over the internet. And he's like, yeah, no, I will help draw up the blueprints with the next group that's going to be Internet 2.0.
I cannot wait for Internet 2.0.
Like that. If it does happen, it's going to start off sloppy if it does happen. But yeah. But
like the actual internet started.
I'm not too worried about gaming. If I'm not happy hearing, it's just like with like the comic books industry or like films, I'm not too happy seeing legacy films come out and then they're absolutely bastardizing what the original was. I'm not too happy like looking at comic books kind of getting it wrong and then they're kind of mocking the original or kind of doing a disservice to it. Any attempts to try something new. I also don't like Tolkien, for instance, with Rings of Power. The problems that are occurring over there. It's just you have to just accept the fact that your games are going to be your games in your memories, and the next thing is going to have to come and kind of supplant it or take over for it. The beauty, this is one of the reasons why there has been such a large group of people that have said and are advocating for physical medium. Physical medium still has a place, because then your games are your games, and whatever some asshole said, unless they come here physically and take it away from you, they can't take it away from you. You know.
Tell that to the Pinkertons.
2 points.
With the
2
whole,
points.
what was it,
You
Magic
mentioned.
the Gathering thing?
So you
That
mentioned.
was the Magic the Gathering cards that the Pinkertons came and took from the one guy. But to be fair, it was a simple mess up in logistics, and someone messed up, and then Wizards of the Coast overreacted and came and brought freaking private security policing with a bad background to come and pick up the bloody cards. It's just stupid. Sorry, what did you want to say, Leo?
2 points to what to the thought you finished earlier. You mentioned how movies and games are being republished and bastardized in their new remakes, and
not all of them, but a lot of them.
It's a general rule at this point because of the sheer amount of how often it happens. In any case, you're saying to move on from it like it's a memory, but the core problem is that you can always access said memory. I can always, I literally have my childhood games installed on my computer, and I would wish for an overhaul, graphical overhaul, so it supports for 2K, 4K, and slightly better graphics, but the systems to stay the same.
Right. So now we get to come to a new topic in regards to all this modding. So modders are the people that end up happening to keep older games alive, like Daggerfall, Elder Scrolls 2, Daggerfall, games like, basically almost all the Elder Scrolls games, let's be fair. All the Bethesda games, really. And games like Thief the Dark Project, all these classic games. I know you can mention a couple of moddable games, if you don't mind. Just 2 or 3.
Well, now that I've been put on the spot, I can't think of anything.
That's fine. That's fine. Okay,
I can buy you some time.
You already mentioned Daggerfall, which I have played.
I can buy you some time.
Command and Conquer.
The thing is,
there is one actually.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's called Empire at War.
Yeah, Empire at War. Yeah, sure.
Skyrim.
But it's gonna fix. I was also gonna say Command and Conquer, but anyway, yeah. What did you want to say, Liam?
The thing is, that's kind of what Steam was built around in the first place. The modding community as well. That was one of their core additions to the marketplace. The fact that the community can add mods, and it was free access for everybody. You could have mods that you purchase, you can have mods that you don't. The limits were your imagination, and the fact that you had a shop where you could also have the people that buy from said shop work with the products from the shop and add their own spin to it, or fix the problems, or do whatever they want with the product because they owned it. That was kind of the reason why most games on Steam have mods, but not all games are on Steam, and not all games have modders, despite being on Steam. And that's kind of the problem.
We can't talk about that. Well, here's the thing now, is that mods do exist, and there are mods that are existing. So to what degree and this obviously is now still, we're getting into the catastrophizing situation. It's to what degree do mods hold within all this dilemma and frustration when it comes to the counting as adult content? Because it's undeniable that there are mods that, what's the first 2 kinds of mods that come out for a Bethesda game? Quickly tell me.
Big titties and thigh physics.
Yes, and
safe for work stuff and
Nudes
quality of life changes.
or nude
okay,
skins.
so the big boobs is usually the safe to say thing. The other one that you guys untactfully kind of forgotten is killing children.
I don't think that's prominent enough,
Is that
though.
applied in every game? I don't think so.
Almost every Bethesda game has the inability for you to kind of like take out children
That's a lot of
or
games,
to kill
though.
them, and it makes the immersion break for a lot of people because they, like in Skyrim, you don't really like the kids. You kind of don't want them to be around, but you cannot do damage to them. So one of the things, okay, yeah, maybe I'm wrong. That's fine. That's fine. But like now you have to consider, okay, well, those are you two very prominent mods that often come around. Maybe the killing children thing less so.
I
But
would
now,
say
how do
not
the
as
mods?
prominent.
How are the mods influenced by the games? Because remember now you've got a game that are potentially being monitored or managed by these financial processes, as Skull says. But these games now have high risk mods that are associated with them that they allow. And look, this is one of the reasons why Bethesda have started approved mods and unapproved mods, right? But the modding community still exists regardless outside of their bounds. Because I know Nexus.
And this is where I
Nexus is
say
next on the chopping
people
block.
and this is where I say people should. So from the payment processor's perspective, just let the platform fucking police it because it's their fucking platform. You have no business meddling with them. High risk or low risk, whatnot. It's their risk to take, not yours. Because not once has there ever been a adult content game like Call of Duty been blamed on Visa or MasterCard for allowing such horrific acts happen. This is the first time because it's been pointed to by two major fucking marketplaces. So from the payment processor's perspective, keep to yourselves, fuck off, let the market deal with the heat, because the market is the one causing the heat. From the Karen's perspective, you don't like something, fuck off. You have no right to tell people what they should play or not.
So that's not exactly the way that it though in real life. So I mean, there's kind of your ideal way the world works.
No.
And
He
then
asks how should
the
this
way the
be
world actually
tackled?
works.
No.
Just
hold
explain
on.
quickly, Skull, if you don't mind.
There's regulatory realities involved here that you are not taking into account. Okay. And therefore, that then creates the basis for it being the business of the payment processor, the member bank, and the network. Because they are all subject to the applicable regulatory bodies. In fact, in certain circumstances, they would be more liable than the merchant themselves.
And that was because of a stupid fucking decision to undo a certain law. I don't remember what it was called, that separated the responsibility of the platform from the content. There was at some point there was a law that basically separated the fault of the content creator from the platform that it was posted on. So for example, people that would post certain content that they were not supposed to on YouTube wouldn't be blamed on YouTube, it would be blamed on the individual. But a certain court case basically outruled that law forever.
Can we pull up the situation? Do we have that?
I do not remember in which video it was, but it was I found this out because of the current problem and the that we have right now. So I'll have to go through.
I'd actually like to see it just so that I could.
I'll have to go through my YouTube history.
It sounds like what you might be referring to is Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act.
I think it might be that. It sounds similar or
Communications
familiar.
Decency Act. Are you
So
for real?
So it means that platforms are generally not held responsible for content they did not create.
Exactly, that one.
Now, what's the situation about? Because I can hear that's a loaded statement there. Where Skull, what's the dealio?
So it's just it's a way of protecting essentially people who publish content, protecting them from the content of the content. So like,
Are you, like YouTube protected
Right.
from like some guy talking about blowing up in his Israeli station or
right,
something?
because
Yeah, if
otherwise
somebody's
it
racist on
forces
YouTube, you cannot pin
every
it on
publisher
YouTube.
to be in. Otherwise, it forces every publisher to also be an editor.
Yeah.
Or like that thing that Hassan said a while back about like
You have to be more specific.
9/11. That 9/11.
Oh,
I was gonna say,
America
man,
deserved 9/11.
You got to be careful when you start quoting Hassan.
Yeah. Also, when you say the
yeah.
thing Hassan said, that narrowed it the fuck down.
Sorry. It took me a second to just get to the words. My apologies.
It's fine.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a famous quote that he.
That is one of the
that
more
he,
famous quotes.
The US deserved 9/11 happening to it. I think that's a.
Yeah,
that's fair to say
that is the most
something-
nuclear one of his quotes.
Okay. Sure. Yeah. Not that I know Hassan personally. I don't even watch his videos. I don't
Nobody
even
knows
know much
Hassan
about
personally.
the guy. But anyway, yeah. Okay. So they.
But so Section 230 does not apply in the payment incident. It is specifically a communications legislation. So in this situation, payment networks are liable for the legality of every transaction on their network. In the same vein, so are processors. Processors are liable for the legality of every transaction they process.
Well, no,
So if you disseminated adult content to a minor, that is an illegal transaction.
Okay.
But
You'd be forced to stop. Yeah. But okay, so
the thing is, as you mentioned, it's a payment network, so it's technically a platform. That's why the moment this rule was or this law was basically overruled, that's when payment companies started, and platform, in any form of company that has a platform, started applying guidelines and rules to them. Because remember, YouTube didn't have like when it started, you could not put the blame on YouTube when somebody posted something racist or sexist or whatever the fuck. You would put it like the blame was immediately put on the content creator. But when this rule was basically deleted and Google got their hands on it, because Google gives a shit about its income so much, they fucking dropped the new guidelines.
We must be talking about two different things, because Section 230 is still in place, and it
sounds similar to it. It sounds similar to it.
It's a communications-based legislation. It has nothing to do with the payments industry.
It's a similar law. It basically it does the same thing, but it's for platforms to like not be liable for the content or stuff on it.
All right, so once again, like we're lacking specific.
I don't remember. I remember a video talking about it specifically, which law it was. I'll have to find that video and send it to you.
Yeah. So in order to have a useful, discourse on the topic. We once again,
this is just the information I have. I don't remember specific details. That's the issue.
So I'm trying to remember. Wasn't that a thing they were trying to use against Professor Peterson when they tried to get him to go for speech training?
No, because that would have been his legal.
Oh, you broke up again, Skull?
Sorry. Oh, sorry about that. I said his legal issues have all been Canadian. So his issue has always been with the Canadian government.
Canada is UK light though.
Right, but it wouldn't. So Section 230 wouldn't be applicable
Something
to
that he has to deal with him.
Yeah, his situation, because it's a U.S. law.
Okay. Unless it's something that is like enforced by like YouTube policies. Don't know. Dino. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm sending you a message. There you go. But yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. I wonder if how long is this stream going on now for?
2 hours.
What are we looking at? Yeah. 2 hours. Okay.
Yeah. It really
because I'm looking
whenever you
to
guys
duck
want it to
out
stop.
I'm looking to duck out in a short while. Not that this hasn't been informative and stimulating. I actually quite liked it.
Yeah.
Obviously it's tense, but yeah, I just have a limitation. I'm no EFAPper, so to speak.
I doubt any of us really are. The only pet peeve I have is just the dismissal of any form of information just because we're lacking details.
Well, so here's my issue: is that you want specific results based off of your possession of generic knowledge. So if you have generic knowledge, then you should expect generic results. But you're looking for very specific results. In order to acquire and achieve your specific goals, you're going to need specific details. And in this current situation, the specific details are lacking, and they will likely remain lacking. Because, like I said before, I imagine a lot of the information that we need to come up with a fact-based, information-based conclusion are likely protected by confidentiality
agreements. Yeah, I don't see how anyone other than like potentially people who have informants or knowledge on the inside would give any way of detail. And what we're doing actually really is just discussing a lot of the topics around this, and because it's good to have like a bit of a general discussion around it. It's nice.
At the end of the day, the premise, the war is, or the fight is pretty fucking simple. Games have been removed. Why? Well, the platform said it was because of these reasons. Okay, these are the reasons we're fighting against. So if the reason given is that activists basically bullied the platform into removing X games, then you deal with the activists. If the platform says that
So let me pose this hypothetical to you.
Yeah.
What if what the actual situation was the activists reported concerns to
Steam,
payment network and payment facilitators and payment process. Those entities then investigated, found out that there was some improper coded transactions on the part of the merchants, and told the merchants that the transactions either need to be properly coded or the content needs to be removed, at which point the merchants removed the content. Did anything bad happen if that is the fact flow?
It could have been potentially that it, as I said earlier, it could be a big old nothing burger, and there isn't really anything at this point.
Like, if this content was existing in a way that is improper, then its removal is proper, and nothing bad has actually.
But why
occurred.
do you assume the content is improper? That's my question.
I would like to just point something out.
Yeah, Dana.
is that, I think something we've all forgotten about things that's been happening over the few years is that a bunch of companies going woke and trying to implement such things. So the thing is that there's no way, absolutely no way, you're going to convince me that itch.io and Steam has been wrongfully or mistakenly selling things that they shouldn't be while they're doing transactions with websites like Pornhub and whatnot.
Are they?
Yeah,
Well, that's the thing.
I'm very sure they are.
Are they?
Actually, you know what? Let's go have a look.
I didn't know about this.
Let's have a look.
As far as I'm concerned, I have absolutely no knowledge of them like doing such transactions.
What the Pornhub is receiving transactions,
Or making money off of Steam. Like they have agreements among each other.
I have no
This is
knowledge
a
of
this
this.
is a
This is
old thing.
I could be wrong in this.
To be that'll be it's a bold claim there, Dan.
it's news to me if they do.
Let's have a look here. I may have gotten a little ahead of myself. So
All
let's
right.
have a look here.
But it is very out of character for Steam to allow
Yeah.
shit like this, considering they have been through this before.
Okay, so I'm gonna point out something. Steam is currently dealing with a very harsh situation, and that is that they have unapologetically been a part of basically being involved in a soft gambling, or at least condoning soft gambling within Steam, and it is open towards any age restriction. The situation I'm talking about specifically is the keys, the keys for chests and stuff like that, which has become an entire black market. People within Steam know this is happening, and it is definitely hitting underage people. I know this because I actually got to play with a bunch of underage people who are involved in the whole Steam black market racket. So there is something that there is at least one thing specifically, and this has also been reported by one guy I know about, Belliller News, who pointed out that Steam does know what the hell that is it's doing in this case. So if this does happen, this means this is another blotch on Steam's what we consider Steam's perfect record, quote unquote.
No. I never said that. Hold on. I'm not implying that Steam has a perfect record. The issue of content that shouldn't, or either breaks some law or breaks Steam's own guidelines that they set up until recently. They have been pretty on point with it because the community is also on point with it. It's not just Steam alone that keeps it in check. It's the community of Steam that keeps Steam in check as well.
There are also things that the community of Steam allows Steam to keep in check that to most people wouldn't be considered okay, you know.
Yeah, but whether it's considered okay or not, it's up to the person.
Do you think it's the community that should be allowed to decide that?
But that's the thing. The community only can go by the rules. If the thing that people think that shouldn't be on doesn't break any of Steam's rules, they don't really have a say in it.
So is Steam making the rules here, or is Steam saying no? We're just abiding by the rules.
Well, the thing is, Steam
they are.
Steam has 14 rules.
Steam's statement was that they must abide by the rules of these payment processors. Otherwise, they will risk losing business from them. Or there are a lot of their customers like literally cannot use Steam then.
And I think that's what Skull has been talking about all this time. I think Steam fears that if they don't abide by these rules, then its status as a seller is going to go up,
Yeah, but this
which
is
means it's going to
Steam's
be
official
restricted.
statement that is what they said.
Which
That
means
is
that
their
they,
official statement.
which means
That,
that
I
they
mean,
maybe think.
So Skull wants to say that people haven't made official statements. They have.
No, Skull has said that. Wait.
Oh, okay. I
So,
thought
so
nobody has made official
He
statements.
said he made no. Skull says specifically that there has been
So we
any
have-
official statements on whoever what the dealings have been.
yeah, so we have some sketchy accountings of what happened from itch.io. We have a generic statement by Steam, and we have no real statements from Visa or MasterCard. I've seen the thing floating around, the generic form letter that was by as a response to somebody's complaint from Visa, but that's not an official like press release, and it doesn't explain any. It's completely generic in information. It's non-informational.
Can this come down towards an issue of people having with? Okay. This hasn't happened yet, so this is me stepping in a minute. But this could become an issue again if people not enjoying like official press. I don't know, access media. Obviously, I'm just spitballing here. I'm not trying to rile anyone up, but
Well, I
there is
mean,
drama.
so official press is probably not interesting. I mean, I saw the Guardian about as official as the reporting has gotten, because there's no real information here. That's the whole point. Is like I imagine a lot of news staying away from it's the details are in flux. There's not a lot to actually even go off.
There is an official statement from Itch, by the way.
Yeah, they did.
I know. I've said that they have put out official statements. The problem is
he quoted it earlier. Yeah.
The information in their statement is it doesn't sound like they have either they don't have a good grasp on what the actual issue is, or they are being aloof.
Recently, we came under scrutiny from our payment processors regarding the nature of some content hosted on itch.io. Due to a game titled No Mercy, which was temporarily available on itch.io before being banned back in April, the organization Collective Shout launched a campaign against Steam and itch.io, directing concerns to our payment processors about the nature of certain content found on both platforms. That is in their statement. It's pretty cut and dry, if you ask me. And combine that with the 15th rule that Steam added recently, which kind of matches that payment processors got involved. Who do we trust here? Visa and MasterCard, or Steam and itch.io? And considering Collective Shout claimed the responsibility, it's three parties that kind of agree on this.
So Visa and MasterCard haven't made a statement from them. There's nothing to trust or distrust from Visa or MasterCard. They have not said anything, made an official statement regarding this matter.
Well, they did. They basically declined that they had anything to do with it.
They sidestepped it.
They said that they don't police the content from merchants, which is true. So, they don't have visibility. This is what I was explaining to you. There's no method or model by which Visa or MasterCard visibility into what the downstream transaction actually is. The only thing that they have is the transaction data, which was collected by the user members of the network. The merchant is not a user member of the network.
So you're right, Skull, that nobody has anything. I think the uproar on the internet is about the suspicion of a lot of foul play. Because you can definitely say, for instance...
Yeah, we call those conspiracy theories.
Sure, of course. But the problem is that there has been quite a bit of foul play on the part of businesses that seem to have gotten away with quite a bit of problems, or at least issues in the past. And the average man obviously isn't going to exactly trust. As you said, large corporation is now being damned because they are large corporation, right? But I was also wondering, like, if the Visa, MasterCard, well, could they have sidestepped the problem? Or was it just that the people just didn't specify clearly what the problem was to Visa and MasterCard? Because it does kind of come across as that.
We still don't know what Visa MasterCard
No, of
involvement
course,
even is. We
I'm
don't
not
even have
doubting
any.
that.
We don't even have any statements from Steam or Itch as to what they were told by Visa. Or that all we have is pressure. We don't have any statement as to what they said. We have no communications being expressed from Visa or MasterCard, who have been misappropriated as a payments processor. As I explained at the beginning of they are not even payments processors. So the people who are actually complaining about it show a fundamental misunderstanding of what these companies even are, including Collective Shout. Collective Shout was the first one to misappropriate the Visa MasterCard's role in this process. But then that was repeated by both Steam and Itch.
Okay, this is in the Itch fucking official response. Our ability to process payments is critical for every creator on our platform. To ensure that we can continue to operate and provide a marketplace for all developers, we must prioritize our relationship with our payment partners and take immediate steps towards compliance. Meaning that they have to comply to the rules that, to the guidelines of Visa, which we went over earlier.
And guess what is implied by this statement?
What?
That they're not in charge of it.
That they are not currently in compliance.
Yeah, but the compliance of the Visa have nothing to do with the compliance of the content and the law.
It's a scam anyway.
They can be tangentially associated if the payment process, if the payment network rules are being formulated to be in compliance with, which as it pertains to high risk transactions is typically the case.
Unless porn is illegal, I do not follow your fucking line of logic there, mate.
That's why nobody has ever said that it is. And so once again, porn is not illegal. Disseminating porn to a minor is.
And the proof
You get
is
me?
what?
Just like gambling is not illegal, but gambling if you are in a prohibited state or underage.
Hold on, the problem is not that it's being shared to minors. The problem is that they got taken down.
Yes, why did it get taken down?
From what we know, because Collective Shout complained about it to Visa and MasterCard.
No. So what I'm saying is if this content did not violate any.
But you immediately assume it did. You immediately assume a fucking minor can just buy it.
No, that's not what I am assuming.
You are assuming that it breached fucking some form of guidelines.
Yes. It breached some rule. There is a rule violation.
How do you know that? Where's your evidence of that? You keep asking us for evidence of what's happened.
So the fact that any pressure was asserted from top down, in order to assert that pressure, there would have to be evidence of a rule violation. And the statement from Itch you just read hints at the fact that they are not currently in compliance.
Yeah, with
that there's actions,
with the payment processor's guidelines.
Yes, you do not have the right to use the network if you're not going to follow the rules of the network.
Okay, and the rules of the network are far stricter than what is legal. That's the problem, and the rules are way too fucking loose. Not if those rules are based off of
regulations. In high risk transactions is usually the case.
So at that point, we are at the mercy of what fucking Visa guidelines or payment processor guidelines dictate as high risk or not, and whether you want to fuck around with it. Do you not see how that is technically controlled?
There are certain definitions of high risk transactions that are not set by the networks. So it's not necessarily what the networks deem high risk.
If it's not necessary by the network,
a high risk transaction.
I'm sorry, you cannot have it both ways. No, hold on. Skull, you cannot have it both ways where the payment processor has his guidelines that determine risk or not, and then you say that the risk guidelines of the payment processor are guided by the government. You cannot have it both ways. It's either dictated by the government or it's dictated by...
It is both.
So why can the payment processor have stricter risks than the government?
They can have stricter risks than the government.
But at that point, they're controlling, because based on whatever
most of the rules that govern the payment networks do not have laws backing them up. So the vast majority of rules are more strict than applicable law.
Yeah, but at that point, they control what applies as risk or not. So they can control the fucking
not in every situation when it comes to high risk. High risk is a very specific segment of the payments industry. It is not the same. It's not the same as buying a bag of chips at the liquor store.
So what the problem here is that people do not like or agree with what the high risk payments that these payment networks have in place with. I think
it doesn't matter if you like it or not. Every adult content transaction is high risk. Definitionally, it is high risk being adult content.
So how is adult content even allowed online and to be purchased?
I'm back.
Welcome back. We're spinning in circles here.
High risk doesn't mean illegal. It means that there are specific legalities.
No, but they're pressuring the market with this shit.
Yes, if the market is not conducting itself according to the standards by which high risk transactions are required to be processed.
Which are decided by the fucking payment.
Which appears to be the case, even given the statements made by Itch.
Skull, can you do us a favor? Just apart from pornography and drugs, and would you say arms dealing potentially is also considered high risk? What can also be?
Yeah,
what can also be considered like, that people tend to dismiss? Can you think of anything, or is?
So for a while, AFDs, like I had mentioned earlier, the automated fuel dispenser pump, were actually considered high risk.
Automated what? Sorry, I don't know what this
automated
is.
Gas pumps.
Automated fuel dispenser, the gas pump. So the actual transaction terminal at the gas pump used to be considered high risk because it had a higher risk of fraud associated before certain changes had been made to the industry.
Okay. I just want to associate with other things that are considered by like banking systems as a high risk. Who, by the way, assesses this? Is this would it be banks, banking groups?
The risk assessment? So risk assessments are done by every node in the transaction landscape.
Okay. Obviously, it has to be published officially by someone or groups.
No. Risk scores are confidential trade material.
Okay. So it's internal between the industry.
Yes, but certain things are deemed to be high risk regardless. Like no matter what, anything that has essentially the good rule of thumb is anything that has any specific laws that regulate the purchase or trade of a thing. So if it has a restrictive nature in the way that it is traded, it will likely have some level of pre-baked risk assessment assigned to it.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I just wanted to just assess, just make sure we stipulate like because
So
often a lot of terminology ends up flying past, and we didn't really clarify it. And
high risk
I'd
does
rather
not necessarily even associate any legality to something. As I mentioned before with automated fuel dispensers, for a long time, liquor stores were considered high risk.
Sure.
I guess that's not a good example because, once again, it is illegal to sell to minors. But like fuel fuel is legal to purchase, but yet you
Yes.
had certain fuel purchases that were high risk just based off of the nature of the terminal.
Would you say high risk things are often associated to children? Or things
So
associated with
it's
children?
a lot of high risk, especially the stuff that has regular backing, is associated with certain legalities in the trade. The most common legality associated with trade is age restriction.
So, is it safe to say stuff like insurance with anyone that's under, let's say, for instance, like 23? Because I know that's a very common age. Like, it's very well known that like insurance companies aren't very fond of, or car insurance companies aren't very fond of like under 23-year-old, especially rental cars. Aren't very
Right.
fond of renting vehicles to under 23-year-olds because they tend to have a statistical likelihood of
Car crashes,
of car crashes or accidents.
accidents. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So, I mean, at the end of the day, no merchant has a right to electronic payment processing.
Which is bullshit considering at this point it is infrastructure for the world.
So
No.
I'm a bit confused because it seems to be a couple of people who I don't know. I assume they have a better gist of what's going on, who are actually kind of making an issue of this. But do you think it's more like tangential issues and they're just jumping onto the bandwagon, or do you think they're just making a bunch of hubbalaboo?
Well, I mean, no matter what, I mean, just regarding the lack of specific details here, they would be operating under speculation.
Okay.
I am also operating under speculation, but my speculation is driven by more specific details than most people's speculation.
And I do believe that because of like hidden information that had come to light, people are a lot more like skeptical nowadays of information that is given.
Well, once again, you are not privy to a lot of the details in this situation because they're going to be restricted by confidentiality agreements between the parties involved. You don't have a right to this information.
Yet we're affected by said
just because you're
lack
curious.
of information.
Yes, that's fine. Yes, you can be affected and still not have a right to the information.
So we're not allowed to bitch about it, but we're allowed to not know of it.
You're allowed to bitch about it. No, you're allowed to bitch about it. Bitch away.
But that's what we're doing, and you're saying we're faffing about.
Yes. Well, I'm complaining about. Once again, I'm not complaining about everyone.
Worm's not saying we're not allowed to. Oh, sorry, Skull. Skull's not saying we're not allowed to bitch. He's just saying if we make any claims, it's going to be unfounded, ungrounded. We have to be very specific about what we're focused on complaining about. Is that fair to say, Skull?
Yes. And it's actually out of concern. So I consider everybody on this call to be somebody I'm friendly with. Out of my concern as your friend for that which concerns you, I would actually prefer to see you get some satisfaction out of this situation. What I'm telling you right now is the way that your side is conducting itself in this conflict is guaranteed to lose because you're tilting at windmills here.
Let's be fair, it's kind of your side too.
Yeah, your side is doing nothing.
No. His side is our side.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have as much of a side as you do.
Yeah,
I'm not as concerned with the stuff on Steam and Itch
And I mean, I am more on your side than I am on the side of the payments networks. It's just I have an understanding of how networks work. And from my view, when I see the things that are being reported and the things that people are saying, is it does not comport to my understanding of the industry.
And I took that from the beginning. I was constantly under the impression that you're like, oh, you're with us. You're with us here. You're just trying to help give us a bit more information that we may be omitting or not be aware of. And that's
I'm trying to help you
been
fight a smarter fight. I want you to complain about the things that you do not like. However, complain in a way that's actually going to be useful and is not just needlessly incendiary.
That is the smarter way or strategic way to tackle a thing, is rather go for specific points. Do not just tackle everything on your way.
Preserve your ammo is kind of what I'm telling you here is you've got plenty of ammunition and you've got cause for an exchange here, but the shots that have been fired so far are just not going to land.
Yeah. No, and I appreciate that. As like, okay, I know this is a very stupid thing to say. I like playing strategy games. I know it's tactically a better decision to just go for key points as opposed to tackle the whole thing as a whole bull's head rush in. There is a place for that, don't get me wrong. But when you don't have enough information and this is a daunting task that lies ahead, it's better to go tactically forward as opposed to just mindlessly forward.
The issue here is we cannot have access to the information that would help us actually point out.
We be patient. That's usually what happens. If you don't have the information,
that also means that this is not your fight. If you don't have the right to the information because of who you are and who you occupy, what you occupy in society, then it's not your fight.
Yeah, but how can Steam or any company for that matter fight against the people that allow them to be fed? Because let's be honest, Steam cannot fight a fight without monetary income.
What we need to do as the gaming community is ask, how can we be, what is there? What is going on? And can the people at Steam tell us anything? And if there's anything that we can do, please tell us. So really, we should be actually reaching out to Steam and itch.io and asking what is it that we can do to assist them in their matters.
Yeah, and also ask if you want your specific details as to what the pressure was, ask them.
Are they even allowed to tell us?
Details. They might be. So once again, there is no official contractual agreement between a payment network and a merchant.
And yeah, so one of the big things that I think a lot of you may not know about this call that ended up coming, like fear mongering that came from us, is that a lot of people are fearing that Steam may be, I don't know if you know about this, but you know Gabe Newell, right? Gamers really like that guy, right?
I don't know who that is, no.
Gabe Newell is the guy who started Steam. He left Microsoft a long time ago. Just to give us a bit of a summary, he left Microsoft a long time ago, started making video games. First video game that he published with his team was Half-Life, back in 97, 94? I can't remember the date right now at the top of my head. And the gaming community really love him because he eventually brought us Steam many years later, fought very hard for Steam to happen. A lot of the decisions he makes as the owner and CEO of Steam is often in favor of the gamer and the gaming base. And for instance, as an example, back when Greenlit was the thing that they were trying out, there was a guy who was basically, or a group of, there was a guy, I think it's just a guy, who was trying to sell a game that was in pre-alpha, but was marketing it off as it was in beta stages. Basically sold the game and a bunch of microtransactions, if I remember correctly, off to players. And it came out later on, oh, wait, he screwed over a whole bunch of people out of sales. So what Gabe did is he strictly punished, or maybe he punished, I don't know, I can't remember that. The person who did it removed the game from Steam and basically gave reimbursements to everyone who was there. Something that a publisher at that stage was never in any way ethically or legally inclined to do, but he did it anyway because he actually cares about his gaming base. He's the guy who said piracy is an issue of what's his famous statement about piracy? It's an issue of
convenience.
Yes, that was his statement.
Yeah,
it's an issue of not convenience. No. It's an issue of
It's an issue of service, not price.
service, not price. Yes, that was his statement. It's an issue of service, not price. His rationale is that if you make a game very difficult to get, and this was during the DRM period, then gamers are going to resort or too difficult, or you're going to make it too, if you're going to make it too difficult for your gamers to enjoy it, then you're going to see them moving towards piracy. So if you want to hike up the price, then give them a better service, essentially, or give them a better product, so to speak. So a lot of people quite like him because he is the hero of the people, so to speak. You know, the happy Gilmore, you know, and a lot of people are fearing because he is near his life career. You know, he's gonna step down pretty soon. He looks like old Santa Claus now. And people are worried, the gamers are now worried, specifically the Steam gamers, are quite worried that their beloved Gabe Newell, if he steps away now, that whatever successor is going to be put into place is not going to have the standards, not going to have the moral coding, or at least the outstanding character that Gabe Newell has, and that he's basically going to take away all the good standing with the player, the customer base along with him, and how he runs his services with his clients, us, essentially. And this now kind of is what they're considering to be a marking of the times. Steam buckling under.
So it's not necessarily them buckling under. So one of the fundamental differences between I'm just one of the fundamental differences between my perspective on this and what appears to be, you know, sort of your collective perspective here is I am at least under the consideration that Steam and Itch did something. There's a possibility that they did something wrong, that they are actually partially in the wrong.
So I personally am not fearing it. I do believe that there will be a successor, but what I'm sharing is a very, very openly shared collective fear among the gaming community. I don't have that fear. I think there will always be someone who's going to fill that role, but I'm just trying to vocalize something that I perceive as something that most people are. I could be wrong.
Right, and so what I'm saying is, if Steam and Itch really were both in violation of specific rules on the network, then it doesn't matter who was in charge at Steam.
Yeah. So if it just why I'm saying this is just to justify why the outrage exists, or at least what could be fueling emotionally what's happening at the moment from the gaming community.
Yeah, I mean, I get that. That does provide some clarity as to why this is an emotional response. But the fact of the matter is, this is more an emotional response than a fact.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not even.
Response.
I'm not even denying that at all. Like that is 100%. That was what I've been even saying, or at least you could derive that from what I've been saying.
And so like I understand, like everybody like get bristled when I call it spurging out, but there is some spurg out happening because this is an emotional response and not a rational response.
Well, that's
we are not collectively having a rational response.
Yeah, and that's why we have to talk about it.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's what we're doing.
But we have to unpack certain aspects of this that are not necessarily readily visible, and unfortunately, a lot of these going to.
Sorry, you're breaking up.
You're breaking up a lot.
A lot of this.
Sorry about that. yes, a lot of the details are likely to remain relatively murky, and we just have to be mature enough to accept that as a possibility.
So what do we do? We just allow shit like this to happen? Because
well, you don't know what shit happened. That is my entire point here.
Games were removed.
Yes, you allow shit to happen if you don't understand what the shit.
Well,
because you don't have a right to fight against something that you don't understand what.
So I'll be as bold as to say something may be on the rise. We don't know. It could be. We don't have any evidence of it. It could be a big old nothing burger, as I've been saying. But it's what I think definitely could be a thing is that this could be a potential wake up call for the gaming community. We need to sort ourselves out as a community so that we make sure that no one can really like come at us with any to our weak points, or at least our flaws or gaps. So that we make sure we have our ducks in an order, our stones in a row, so to speak. And one part of that is to know what the hell it is that we're talking about.
Yes, and I mean, if you want to be prepared for that fight, then you're going to have to learn the valuable lessons from this fight. You have to fight smarter than the fight that was engaged in.
And not to let Karens get on your nerves so easily, I think, is one of the big important things to note. I don't like them, by the way. I am not pro for this group. They seem like bad news. But we can't let every group that we consider to be bad news like get on our nerves and make us react like a bunch of little children freaking out that our toys are being taken away.
Since what, 2003 roughly?
Older than that, man. Probably older than that.
No. Hold on, I haven't finished my thought.
Oh yeah, sorry.
So I would argue roughly since 2003, because this is when all of this shit started, with basically toning down certain things and being more you're not allowed to say this, you're being rude by implying this, you have to be more respectful towards X, Y, Z. That's kind of when it started for gaming to be under a lot of criticism. First it was Doom for being basically Satan's game. Then we started with
that's older than 2000, by the way. I would say it started with games like Mortal Kombat, like back in the 90s.
Yeah, but that was the thing is, Doom being Satan's game was mostly from the same people that thought Mortal Kombat was too extreme. However,
what was the name of that guy? What was the name of that senator who tried to ban GTA? What was it, 4? There was a senator.
I don't remember, but that's what I was leading to. But basically, it started with Doom, and at first it was, it's Satan's game, but then it turned into it's male's misogynistic fantasy. Then we had the GTA thing with, you can have sex in the game, and it's basically turning people into criminals because of the mentality of just because you do it in a video game, it's gonna program you to do it in real life. That has been debunked. Yeah,
but we had those discussions before.
We had these discussions before, but
no, not just you and me. What I mean is that what came from that was a discussion and a research that ended up like being the result of it. So the fact that those things happened actually made a bunch of stuff come from it. When it comes to the stuff like, let's say, for instance, the sexualization of certain aspects of video games, for instance, right?
Yeah.
There has been a contradictory aspect of that. And I think that's why there was such a counter movement to what happened when that movement took place. Now we're talking about the Sarkeesian kind of thing, right? The feminism pushing into video games.
That's kind of what I'm talking about. In general, the toning down of what made games entertainment. Like
So
you weren't able to
AAA has
create your
actually been.
vision exactly because you would piss off X fucking group.
Yeah, but that's the problem now that AAA, and I think to a degree, what Skull's kind of talking about is like the bigger you become, you kind of have to make your fish, you have to please a lot more crowds and so forth. AAA is going to unfortunately not be the companies we're going to go to get proper artistic visions, which is quite hilarious because you have companies like Electronic Arts, by the way, under those names, under those umbrella names. It's like, okay, well, they're not being artistic. They're just, or at least not in the way that we would like them to be. So they're just electronic games now, e.g. Maybe a renaming should be in order. I don't know.
Or should be forced upon them, really.
No, and I'm not going to force anything. I don't want
is
anything
insulting to call yourself Electronic Arts and you put.
It's a joke.
Yeah,
it's a joke.
It's an insult.
And they know by now.
But the overall point I was trying to make is that ever since gaming became popular, it's been under constant surveillance and being forced to be toned down.
Yeah, that's what happens. That's unfortunately a thing.
I mean that happens with every art
in the industry.
The same thing happened in music. The same thing happened in
engineering. The same thing.
I wouldn't say in music it turned down. Actually, music went the complete opposite way and just fucking doubled down.
Well, after a certain point, but they had to go through a period of increased scrutiny in order to get to the period of increased liberty.
And I also say this, like the industrial revolution era also went through the same thing, because the industrial revolution ended up putting a lot of children into like dangerous work situations, which ended up killing them. So they went into the same level of scrutiny as that video gaming would have to go through now. And remember, it always comes to the children, because the children are like the next generation. They're going to be carrying on. So they're going to be the ones that are going to be mostly focused on. Using them as like a fear-mongering thing, I'm not okay with, but like taking care of them is definitely a thing that we should do. It's a duty, I personally think of. And really what we should have been doing as a gaming community is asking a kid, what the fuck are you playing? Stop playing that. And actually fucking no, stop it, slap them, make them feel ashamed of it in a weird kind of way.
True, but at the same time, you wouldn't have kids that ever played Far Cry or Call of Duty when they were young and learned the hard way that not everybody will be nice.
I'm not saying there shouldn't be a world where social pressure and competition and development shouldn't take place. That should be a thing. We're gonna obviously keep that in check, and it's gonna happen anyway. But what I'm definitely gonna say is that it's not gonna happen in the AAA game marking anymore, maybe as prominently. And there's always going to be Karens that are going to be looking for shit. There's always going to be someone pushing down. What really, this is kind of weird. You'd think there'd be a lot more focus on this activist group than on the Visa people. But it's on the Visa and MasterCard. Like, there's a deflection. There's something odd going on here. And I don't know exactly. I haven't put my finger on it. And I'm not quite liking the feeling here. I don't know what's going on.
It's just basically people that want free speech and basically the option to play whatever you want, do whatever you want, say whatever you want online. Because let's be fair, you kind of have the right to, as long as you don't break a government law, you shouldn't be processed like you're a criminal just because you hold a perspective.
Yeah, well, look, the frustration is that they're not worried. They feel like they're being criminalized, which is fair. I also don't like it. But yeah, I'll definitely also say this: if people don't like it, they'll move away from it. There will be a new thing that'll come around. We just have to, I guess, deal.
I think the reason the gaming community is so primal about like attacks, not only have they been muzzled for like half of the existence of gaming as an industry, but the gaming industry is like what, only 40 years old? Roughly?
No.
Well,
Wait, what
80s.
do you mean? Which part of gaming? Which part of gaming?
Since it started, the gaming industry. It started in what, the 80s?
Yeah, like with I guess with Pong and
Yeah.
Pac-Man and
So
whatnot.
roughly 40 years, give or
40,
take.
50 years. It's coming to its half a century.
Yeah, and unlike other industries, it's been under constant scrutiny from the get-go, unlike music or movies, or like it didn't catch a break ever.
Artists have historically, if you have to think about it a bit more creatively, artists have been under scrutiny for forever.
Yeah, but not to this degree from the get-go in such a early industry.
Yeah,
death.
Yeah.
Like,
no video game maker is being death.
Killed. Yeah, no video game maker has been killed before their art. Like that's definitely not happening at the moment. I will definitely say that. Which I'm happy about.
There's
maybe
definitely been higher levels of scrutiny in the past.
Maybe not death of the video game creators, death of the company. Sure, I'm not happy with it. It's a different kind of death. But yeah, there's no murder happening of those people.
I would argue it's a murder of creativity, like certain concepts immediately getting shot down.
Well, it's not going to be supported by a publisher or by people like Marshall Carnaby's or anything like that, but you'll still find people who's going to be like, how can we help you, support you in making your game? And that'll happen, and will always happen. And I'm going to even make a bold claim here. You can hate me for saying this. I don't think gaming was under as much constraint and suppression during the first wave of feminism that entered video gaming during 2014.
That is true.
What happened is, I think creativity still was there. There were small indie developers who still wanted to make their things. The Japanese still made it their things. What happened is you had a sifting. You had a sifting, or a what do you call it? The pruning or the separating of wheat and chaff, as they would like to say. You separated the people who are for the artistic versus the people who are in for it for the
messaging,
the financial gain, I would say. I'm not going to say messaging. The messaging and the financial gain go hand in hand.
Fair enough.
But I think it's more financial gain. So it's more the industrialization or the manufacturing of the video game, as opposed to like actually making something that is inspiring. So both sides have their drawbacks. The manufacturing's benefit is you get more cool games more often that you may like. The like the early days of Assassin's Creed, right?
Yeah.
The drawback is it can easily be influenced for messaging and propaganda, or it can become death, and which ultimately means it's death of creativity. There is no art that is in it anymore. It is now just a manufactured product. It is McDonald's cheeseburger. Where the good side of artistic games is that, yes, it's this amazing thing that's done. It's beautiful. It's revolutionary. People are inspired by it. It's gonna make a ton of new games. The drawbacks of it would be, well, for starters, very difficult. The people who make those games usually go through a lot of difficulty to make it. It does not come easily. They suffer. They go through either financial difficulty or legal difficulty. Gabe Newell did his videos of Half-Life and Half-Life 2, and he explained exactly how difficult it was for Valve to kind of like get Steam going, and what difficulties and lawsuits and stuff they had to face during that period, and what life issues they had to deal with. And that helped stimulate that creativity. And also the other drawback is some of the art that's going to come out is going to not, a lot of the art that's going to come out is not going to be to the taste of many people. And I'm going to throw the children stuff in there, the incest and the rape and etc. etc. I'm going to throw that in there. It's not going to be to the taste of most people. They're going to be against it, in fact, because, I'm just going to be straight up. To my opinion, or at least I find it very, very fucked up to kind of have those kind of topics in a video game if it's just for the fun of it, and really there is no art to it. It's just
Well,
what's his name?
the problem is that
Gratuitous
art is
for no
kind of
good reason.
subjective.
You can, and I agree to what you're saying. That's true. Art is subjective, 100%.
Yeah.
You can use that argument to a degree, and I think you actually have made that. You've used that defense that I just used on me a couple of times before. To some degree, there is some objectivity to it, and you have to decide. Okay,
in determining its quality, yeah.
Yeah.
But
And
whether something is
if
art or not, that is full subjective, and I do agree with that.
Sure. And it can be tasteless art, and then you have to
True.
ask: is it?
That's where
just
objectivity
trash,
kind of
and does it deserve to be around or not?
Well,
And I explicitly think there is, and this is now the big argument philosophically that's happening, is like the higher order of. There's a discussion regarding the higher order of what is considered good or holy or whatever within life and reality. And I don't know, man. Like,
yeah, that's where that's where Beauty in the Eye of the Beholder kind of applies.
Yeah, and that's a different discussion. But I just wanted to point out that that is a thing that where the side I'm on is like I don't know these games. I haven't played them. I have no ambition to play them, but I'm not too happy about looking at where things are going. But I'd rather stay on the side of being prepared, rather than, as Cole says, reacting too harshly about something that I don't know about. That's why I've kept my focus on just clarifying what I don't want to see coming from this, as opposed to what is happening and potentially could be happening.
I've been focusing on what I want to see coming out of this more than what I don't want to see, because we know what we like. At least the people that are very positive with this on this side, at least, they already kind of know and think of what we don't want to see as an outcome from this fight. That's why we're focusing on what we want out of it, because if we know what we want, like if we make it clear what we want out of it, it's kind of difficult to fight against us wanting the ability to play whatever we want.
So one of the cool things I like that's happening is podcasts like this, or other people are having podcasts, or even videos that's coming out talking and discussing the thing. Because at least in the chats and the comment section and whatever, people can start discussing and pruning and kind of cleaning up, like, what is it that really we should be focusing on during the discussion, and more importantly, like staying focused. We have to keep ourselves in check. Like, what is it we want to focus on?
The problem is, though, I haven't seen, because I've been keeping tabs on this for the entire week, on this and on the fucking online censorship shit, and I haven't seen many where they discuss like the gravity of the actions, what, like the way we do. Like, I haven't seen many that break it down. All I see is people that share information, people that respond to their to said information with what they believe, and people that like attack the Karens or Visa blindly. That's all I've seen. Like these three.
That's something that, like, your podcast, or at least this podcast, could be focused on. Is like
My podcast is mainly focused on the discussion, what I kind of and what you guys want an outcome out of, and to spread the fucking topic. Because the more we spread it, the more we talk about it, and the more detailed we talk about it, it is better for everybody, no matter what. Whether we disagree on certain things, that's fine too, because at the end of the day, we're not all the same person. And that's kind of why I think it is impressive that this situation managed to not only gather so many people into the fight, but so many people that typically don't get along or agree on much. Like gamers are the biggest community that I can think of that disagree the most with each other.
Oh yeah. What about the Islamic community?
Well, no, that's a 50-50. Either you agree with it or not. The gaming community is more like, which is the best game? What is best for gaming? What types of it's.
There's a lot more varying views.
Yes, there's a lot of multiple communities within communities within communities. Like the modding community alone is like split for every single game.
Okay, yeah, no, that's true. That's true. So what I want to see is that the community, well, just to be straight up, what I want to see from the gaming community is that we all come together in solidarity in getting, for starters, cleaning up our own side. Because remember, we could have some bad stuff on our side. We can't think we're the best, you know. We don't have any skeletons in our closet. We definitely do. So clean that up, protect ourselves, and stay attentive and patient. Actually, really patience.
Yeah, with this one, we can be patient.
Yeah.
It's just the other the cousin of the same topic that's we cannot really hold back because otherwise we're fucked.
Well, I like the petitions that's being done. That's also a good way to handle this because those will be very visible and visual like concerns that we have to
the problem with petitions nowadays, though, based on what we just witnessed, 400,000 signatures of removing a law towards the government and the government just outright saying no. That is yikes.
That was UK.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's been going on for. That's one of those things that seems to go over a lot of people's heads. That the UK has been enacting tyrannical laws for about 3 decades now. It just continues to happen, and nothing ever seems to change. Like it's
most of them know now. They know it's tyrannical.
Oh yeah.
At least I hope they do.
Well,
and yeah.
One of my friends is blinded and buys the Trojan horse aspect. As in, he thinks it's a good thing.
There's not a lot of liberty there to begin with. And unfortunately, the UK people also get caught up in partisan politics. And they're so busy fighting each other, seem to realize that the government is just mining away what liberties they have left.
Yeah, and the worst part is, just as a anecdote, my friend's response to all this was, it's to protect the kids. I explained to him that it's not, and then he's like, hey, I'll just use a VPN.
Well, he's not going to be able to do that soon.
Yeah, I was going to say good luck with that.
Oh no, it fell through. VPNs are not getting banned for now. I don't know what happened. All I heard was that they're trying to ban them, and earlier today I heard that UK cannot ban VPNs as of now.
Oh, is it? Okay.
That's what I've heard. This is all the information I have. That's kind of why the discussion me and Skull butted heads, because I'm gathering this is the information I have at my fingertips. I'm watching every single piece of content on the topic. This is what I have, when Skull came in with we don't have enough information, I'm like, Do we not? Based off of the
Well,
information I have, it kind of looks this way.
Disclosing the specifics of the information is often a very good thing
Yeah,
to bring into consideration. That's why very often I will,
which is
during our
fair.
conversations, and I know this is annoying, but very often I'll just explicitly say things that we know, we all take for granted. It's like, oh, we know this. Like, why do we have to talk about this? I know that's a hidden thing everyone's thinking, but I'm like, we don't know everything, and being able to be clear and explicit about everything we know and can talk
Yeah.
about, that actually helps the conversation a lot better, because we'll lessen the amount of time we have to fight about the crap. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. So,
Well, and my take on it is that these two fights are not the same fight.
Yeah.
yes.
Well,
And
they're
so-
cousins.
I don't even know that they're necessarily cousins. Like one of these appears to be entirely a business transactional cleanup. The other one is direct government tyranny and overreach.
The commonality between them is on one hand you have the internet being censored, and on the other hand you have adult content kind of being censored. Like adult content immediately
it's not.
wipe
It's
out.
not being censored. It's not being censored. Like that's the thing. There's no censorship. There's no censorship apparent in the Steam and itch.io.
Well, considering almost
this
all
is not,
hentai games have been removed.
To call this censorship is to actually begin to neuter and chip away at what actually is.
Can these two issues be interrelated?
That's why I call them cousins, not directly linked. Not siblings, cousins.
You can have some tangential relationships at like I said, the hidden in the payments, the Steam and itch.io debacle is also government overreach. I don't necessarily know that I'm comfortable calling it overreach, but like I called it before, the shackles of regulatory influence are present in that situation as well.
That too, but the reason why I consider it censorship of certain adult content is because almost every single like sexual game has been removed from Steam, and come on, you cannot believe that every single one of them.
You have to be more mature in the way that you talk about this. They have not been removed. They have been de-indexed.
You cannot access them if you don't already have them in your library.
I understand. For now, the de-indexing is a temporary status applied to things that can be undone. Removal means it's gone, and in order for it to come back, it has to be
So, is it safer to say potentially can be removed?
I mean, there's a potential for removal.
Well, our access has been removed.
At this point, they have been de-indexed while the situation is in flux. So until they can come up with a solution that works for all parties involved, you cannot access these titles. They've been de-indexed. So you can't search for them. You cannot find them. They are unavailable to you. That does not mean that they're gone and that they've been deleted.
I'm not saying they're completely gone. I'm saying they have been removed from accessing through market.
Well, you say banned.
Well, banned kind of implies that they're gone. You're not allowed to have them at all.
That hasn't happened yet, but...
exactly.
Well, anyway.
But what I mean, for the sake of the discussion, because it's much easier than saying indexed every time. When I say removed, I'm referring to them not being accessed through the market. They're being removed from the access of
hidden
players. Yeah, hidden. Fair enough. Yeah, right, let's use hidden. The fact that so many, like almost every single adult content, like sexual content on Steam has been hidden. So many of them. I doubt that many of them are so like creepy in nature. Because let's be real, most of them were most likely the girlfriend, like the honeypop.
Dating.
Yeah, dating sims. Like that's the typical ones you would find.
Honeypop?
Oh come on! Don't act innocent.
Gonna Google honeypop.
Wait for. Okay, fair enough.
I've been married for 10 years, dude. I don't need to go to cartoons to see boobs and vagina.
I don't need to go to cartoons either. There's a
What is
website called
this?
Pornhub.
I mean,
X
Which
it's
Pornhub has not been removed from.
X videos.
What is this? It looks like it's
It's
what do you
basically
call
a
it?
date. Basically, you meet
what
anime
is that
girls and
game?
you.
What is that?
It's
What is
like
that game? The Bejeweled. It's Bejeweled, but with
it's Candy
cute anime
Crush,
girls that are
but if
skin
you it's Candy
Yeah,
Crush, but
there
if
we
you
go.
complete the level, you gain romance, and at one point you get the the juicy portion.
You get okay, so there's pornography in it.
Yeah, it is pornography. There is tits and pussy in it. Yeah, but the style is that it's not incestual, it's not rape, it's not the hardcore sexual content that it's made out to be. I doubt
Okay.
such a large amount of said games that, because let's be real, we all seen how many sexual games are on the Steam library. There has
Well,
I doubt
won't
you
lie.
ever
I
once
do
went
get
through the Steam library.
bombarded with them when I go on the main menu, and I'm just like, I'd
No.
actually prefer not getting bombarded with them.
But the thing is, if you ever went through like the Steam library looking for a game to play, whether it's free or whatever, you would still run into them. But I doubt so many of them were so hardcore about this.
Yeah. I
That's the thing that actually bolsters the slight statement that we've gotten from Visa is that they don't police the content. It's
but we never said they
it's
did.
It's not a matter of, oh, this stuff is just simple nudity versus this one over here is child rape. So one's more acceptable than the other. What seems to be the evaluation that is payments level is they're both adult content, therefore they both need to show up on the transaction record appropriately as adult content. They are actually not making a valuation of the content itself. Any adult, and no, they're not. That's why all adult content has been de-indexed.
I do also want to make a statement that is going to make it very mad, very, very mad. So I'm going to deal with this. I'm just going to say it straight up. You know what? I know for a fact there are some games that are about child rape, and really they should be.
I'm not saying they're not. I'm not denying that. Yeah. Most likely there were. Yeah. However,
that should be done through a very, very careful sifting process, and Lord knows I don't want to be the person to go through that sifting process. And I do not envy the person who has to.
But to respond to the claim that Steam is not actually like keeping this away from under 18, Steam literally, like, you cannot go on GTA, Call of Duty, or Battlefield or any adult game without on the store page to even download it without inputting your birth date, and it has to match the birth date of the account, because if you don't, it's not gonna allow you to pass.
Leo, Skull, Shadow, I am going to excuse myself.
Yeah, it was nice having you on.
I know. I'm pretty lame, but it is quite late. And
all right,
that is all right.
We're gonna talk about USC.
I know.
Yep.
And you know what? My and you know what? My peepee's not that small. Okay, I just want you all to know that. I got a pretty decent size.
Well, it's bigger than Dinos for sure.
I cannot confirm until you send me those pictures.
Oh yeah, geez. Okay, I got my phone. All right, night everybody.
Good night, mate.
Good night.
Take care.
Don't jerk it enough.
And thank you for having me on the stream. I'll check you guys next time.
It's nice to have you on, mate.
Hey, bye.
Bye. But there is basically a wall between like somebody under the age of 18 to just outright accessing. Whether the game is free or not, you still have to input your birth date, and it has to match the one of your account. Otherwise, you cannot go through.
Right, but that's not what I was saying. Like, what I was saying is that there doesn't appear to be any distinction being made. The payments networks, or at least, I mean, we've heard nothing from Master what any of their statement as far as this goes, but the limited response that we've gotten from Visa is them saying that they police the content, and this appears to be accurate in the way that the rule is being enforced. It's being enforced on all adult content, not specifically adult content that is being complained about by Collective Shout.
But the thing is, the gamers are not complaining that Visa directly is censoring. The thing is that Visa, because of their own built like internal rules and based off what Steam said, and I read them to you, based off of that information, Visa is passively censoring that content.
No, there are rules. There are rules of operation here that appear not to have been exactly followed by Steam and itch. Otherwise, there is nothing to enforce.
But
if there's not a rule violation here, then there's nothing.
That's why we're all getting riled up, because Steam does have like privacy settings built in specifically to protect.
That's not what the complaint here is going to be. That's not the violation. The way that your front end is set up. So the violation, in order to by a payment, has to be proven in the transaction. So they would have to be able to look at something in the transaction and be able to validate that this is not the way that it should appear. And the easiest way to do that when it comes to high-risk merchants is the merchant category code, MCC, assigned to the transaction. So it is very likely that is what was happening here, is that Steam and itch were both conducting transactions of adult content that did not carry an appropriate adult content or high-risk MCC. It was the MCC of the content on their platforms. Therefore, they were passing off high-risk transactions as normal transactions.
I cannot speak for itch because I never heard of it until this. But I can speak for Steam. Steam overprotects than underprotects, considering their normal games that have no nudity.
I'm not talking about the protection. I'm talking about the way that the transaction
You did not let
presented.
me fucking finish. The tags for nudity are the ones that dictate the transaction. And if normal games that have no nudity, because I've played some of them, they don't have nudity, yet they have the tag. So they go through the same type of transaction as adult content. Steam is overprotective with that shit than underprotective. I don't know about itch.
But that doesn't mean that the merchant or the processor has accurately set up the back end of the transaction. If the transaction appears in the network as a normal like video game downloadable content transaction, then that is an illegal transaction, because you have a high risk transaction that is being passed off without the high.
But that's the purpose of the
designation.
But that's the purpose of the tags in the Steam system.
That's not, the tags have nothing to do with the MCC.
No,
the tags is a front. The tags are a front end user interface.
No. They are a built-in system, because when you upload a video game on the marketplace, hold on. Let me make the point.
The cardholder facing portion of the interface.
Skull, let me make the point. I was making a point. Data. Skull, it's not just the front face. When as a like game creator, when you upload to Steam, you first of all you have to pay $100 to upload in the first place. And when you do upload it, you have to, when you tag the game as adult content or not, if you tagged it incorrectly, you can, not only are you paying a fine for it, your game immediately gets taken down, because the system is designed in such a way that you cannot mistag a game. And it's
right, but the tagging, that's still user interface.
Yeah, but when you're uploading the game, if the tag is there, it means you alerted the
Uploads
marketplace.
are still user interface.
That it's not just user interface; it's seller interface. It's like on
sellers are
it's like
sellers are customers of Steam as well.
Yeah, but on eBay
so
you cannot.
that is still front end. That is still front end user face. Whether you are uploading or downloading, you are still interacting with the front facing.
Oh my god!
User interface.
Skull, when you go on Amazon and you sell a dildo, if you don't tag it as adult fucking content, you're gonna get flagged. When you do tag it as adult content, Amazon,
you are not,
because you tagged it like that, will fucking make the transaction as a risky transaction. That's the whole point.
No, you haven't. But you haven't done anything to the transaction data that is submitted to the network.
But that is the point of the fucking tag, to change the fucking data.
Yes, and I understand. And if the merchant is not making sure that that data is into the transaction, then they are in violation of rule.
And that's what I'm saying. Steam pays attention to that.
But you don't know that. We don't have any statements stating one way or the other. Just because the tag exists on the user interface does not mean that it is communicating.
But Steam themselves have rules and guidelines in place for such a thing.
For the users.
Because it has been done. No, for everything. All games. You cannot mistag a game.
All of their rules are for... Yes, all of Steam's rules are just for the users. Their rules do not apply outside their platform.
But guy, the fact that Steam has a built-in system to properly tag your game, not just as a front for the users and sellers, but also for their internal system of selling said game as marketed. So if you tag your game as adult content, it will be sold under said fucking rules. Which are...
Yes, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it shows up on the transaction data.
But that is why the tags are... That's why the system is built like that, so it does tags, correctly get transferred.
Those tags do not determine the category code. That it is not determined by...
Yes, it does. That's why really they built it that way.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. There's no automatic...
You have to tag your game.
What you buy at the grocery store, not put on the counter, does not determine what MCC that transaction is going to be under. It's the exact same way of anything you put in your cart on Steam or Amazon or eBay or any other. What MCC shows up on that transaction. That is a back-end coding which is done between the merchant and their product.
But that's what the fucking tag is for. Why don't you listen? The moment
that is not.
My God.
You're not listening. It has nothing to do. Have nothing.
You're not. You're not listening either. Because when you upload your game
on a shelf.
Oh my God. Skull, when you upload your game, you have to put. Oh my God, Skull, let me fucking explain it to you because you clearly don't fucking listen to this. When you tag a game,
I have understood everything that you have said. You are not understanding anything.
I am understanding what you're saying. Apparently, you're not understanding what I'm saying because if you tag a game
I completely
as adult, it immediately does the NCC.
Yes. No, it doesn't. You do not know that. You know nothing about NCC. In fact,
I do know about it because I wanted to fucking upload games to Steam.
It has nothing to do with uploading a game. Has nothing to do.
But it does. That's what I'm telling you.
It does not. It does not.
Because when you put a game on Steam for sale,
the user interactions on the front end have nothing to do with how a transaction is coded on the back end.
Yes, it does if you're the one fucking publishing the fucking content and selling it.
No, it just doesn't. It's nothing that happens automatically. These are things that have to be coded for each individual purchase that would be made on an online marketplace if you have a variety of things that you are marketing.
And that purchase is coded based on the tags. So if something is mistagged, it's a breach.
The merchant would have to individually assign it the correct MCC based on what the content is. It's not going to happen because of how the uploader tagged it and sent it into the front end of Steam. It still has to be coded correctly on the back end by either the merchant or the.
And that's what I'm saying that the system does. It does it automatically. Otherwise, what would be the point?
Then it's doing it automatically incorrectly if they're in violation of the visa rule. So either the automated system is messed up, or some manual system is messed up.
Yeah, somebody didn't tag their game right. That is a much higher chance because Steam has been known to take down games that have been mistagged multiple times.
Well then, if relying on your users puts you in violation, network probably switch up your front end interactions.
But the problem is that when you do mistag a game, you risk losing your Steam account. Because you're breaching not only the payment processor, network, whatever, you're also breaching Steam's rules.
Okay.
So you're fucked multiple ways if you mistag your game.
So then there shouldn't have been all of these titles that would have had to have been removed.
Hence why we're also concerned.
You're saying that there's controls in place.
Yeah, there are controls in place. That's why it's such a shock for everybody, because you cannot tell me that so many adult sexual content games have been so mistagged and without being noticed. Especially that Steam is known for having so many sexual games.
Well, apparently there were enough that it has become an issue.
But you immediately assume that it's their fault instead of something's fishy here, because we know Steam takes this shit seriously.
I'm assuming based on the limited statements that we've received that a violation.
Yeah, a violation of the payment network, not the fucking internal Steam systems or the law.
A violation of the network to adult content. A violation was detected.
Yeah, a violation of a rule that is extremely fucking broad.
We don't know which rule it is, so you have no idea.
I read them to you twice.
No, you read the broad core rule. You have not read any specific product or service rule.
I did read product. I specifically read that it applies to all forms of media, whether it's just photos, videos, AI generated, everything.
If the rule starts with a 1, it is a core rule, which is a very broad rule. You have no idea what rule was cited to what payment processor that sparked any of this off. You have no vision into. You will likely never know, because that is likely confidential information that will never be disseminated. So to pretend like you do have this is kind of ridiculous.
But it's also kind of ridiculous to assume that so many games were mishandled by Steam, known to fucking be on point with the fucking shit on their platform.
Well, I mean, known by you, but not necessarily. You don't
by
have
the entire gaming community.
No, the entire gaming community does not have vision. All of Steam's backend transactions.
But again, you immediately assume it's a problem with Steam's backend transactions.
Because a violation was detected. So they were doing something
Was there correct. A violation detected, though?
There appears to be. Otherwise, there's no method for enforcement. In order to enforce a compliance action with the threat of non-compliance assessment, you have to be to cite a violated rule, much in the way that if the government would like to arrest you, they have to cite which law, specifically what the actual coded law you have violated.
And because we don't know which rule was cited, it could be the core fucking broad one.
It could be, sure, but they would still have to have evidence that that rule.
So we're at an impasse until we have more information. But based on the reputation
what I'm telling
of
you is
Steam,
we're likely not to get more information.
Yeah,
so we can
but
go ahead and just
that's why I
hang
said
out
we're
at
at
this
an impasse. The reason why
or we can all
it's
just
weird
move on
is
with our
because of
lives.
Steam's fucking history of the way they handle their platform.
Steam has gotten in trouble for all kinds of stuff.
Yes, I'm not saying they're perfect, but they always responded quick, swiftly, and justly.
Yes, which they have in this case as well.
But never
to the
to
violation
this
that was
degree.
reported to them.
It's never been to this degree. That's why it's weird, and it's specifically this type of content.
To what degree? What degree are we talking about? Like, what is the actual?
Like the amount of games that have been deleted.
What is the amount of games?
Well,
what is the number?
Hidden. 27,000.
27,000. Where does that number come from?
From the reports from Steam.
Steam released that number?
Last I checked, yeah.
I don't think that's correct.
Okay. How?
Because I've seen all kinds of numbers too, and they've been in like Reddit posts and all over the place. I have seen no official number reported.
Steam. What was the term? Indexed. There we go.
De-indexed.
De-indexed.
But I mean, Steam de-indexes titles every day.
Yeah, but I'm searching specifically because of Rule 15. The page is loading so fucking slow.
Yeah, because I've seen numbers anywhere from 20 to 170,000.
I haven't seen 170,000. The one number I've seen consistently was 27,000.
But none of the information I saw came from Steam.
I keep getting other websites besides the fucking I'm just gonna go to Steam directly, fuck it. Welcome to Steam. Community. Steam Deck, Steam Deck, Steam Deck. Jesus fucking Christ, how many updates for a fucking Steam Deck? Yeah, I can find it. What the fuck?
So, from everything that I've seen, Steam has not put a number on it. I know itch.io, I believe the only number that they have put on theirs is more than 20,000.
Could it be possible that's where they got their numbers, since most games on itch.io were also on Steam? For example, Mouthwash got removed because the link to download it was a redirect to Steam instead of an actual direct to download.
I mean, it's possible, and like it's possible that could be what linked the two companies in the beginning.
Yeah, that's what I'm
especially
thinking.
since Collective Shout called out Steam, not Itch.
Yeah, exactly.
But like once again, these are just specifics we don't have a record of.
It is two different platforms. That's the annoying part. Because you have to do research for both platforms and cross reference it. Itch.io. Itch.io. Oh god, this website needs a rework. Or a redesign, sorry. I got flashbanged.
All right, so even the claim that 20,000 have been de-indexed due to NSFW categorization is not necessarily even clear. The entire way that number came up, so that's not even a report from itch.io. That is reporting done by a website called gamefile.news that simply ran a indexing query On July 16th, there were 28,144 games in the not safe for work category. Earlier this month, 7,167 games on itch were tagged not safe for work. So that does not even necessarily mean that 20,000 were de-indexed. I mean, first of all, that number is less than 20,000. Second of all, it just means that the tag could possibly no longer been applied. They could have been de-tagged NSFW. So it just means that you're just counting the number of NSFW tag from one week to another week. And also, why is there still 7,160 games?
Maybe those are the games that don't breach the terms of service with Visa.
Like so then it's not all. So then it's not all NSFW content, which has been previously reported.
I said on Steam.
No, I know, but what I'm saying is like other people who have taken up this cause in this fight are saying that all NSFW content has been removed from
that is untrue. I haven't heard that all of them have taken. I've only heard the 27,000 number.
So neither company has actually put a number on how many titles they have de-indexed due to this issue.
I'm still reading through the announcement itch.io made. But
so we have no hard number from Steam, and the closest thing that we can come to for a number from itch.io is actually from a Guardian article using composite data from a
it was from the
website.
Guardian?
So the Guardian article is the one that links to the GameFile article talking about the work that they did to come up with the 20,000 number. So the 20,000 number comes from GameFile and then was cited in a Guardian article.
Oh, so it is from GameFile.
Yes, the 20,000 number.
Okay.
It's not from itch.io.
Yeah, I haven't found that number yet either. Yeah.
And regardless of what the number is, we also don't even know how many of these games were de-indexed just to be safe while they conduct their internal, which will be immediately re-indexed once they are evaluated and found to be.
Hold on. If a product gets de-indexed, does that equal under what's it called? Investigation?
Well, I mean, so it would make sense that these companies would de-index any titles that have possible violative qualities to them. So anything that could even possibly be designated as a violation of the network rules, it would make sense for them to de-index right away while they do whatever back-end work they're going to do to correct the violation. If the violation is just that all these titles remain de-indexed and that they're just not going to do adult content anymore, then that's the solution that they've chosen. But there are ways to do adult content that violated of the network rules. The network, there's plenty of adult content transactions that flow across the networks every day. I mean, the Visa network alone processes over 55,000 transactions per second.
How the fuck does it do that?
Yeah. the Visa network is very likely the elaborate, powerful, and intelligent network on the face of the planet. It is likely the most complex piece of digital engineering.
So it's basically an AI running this shit.
Kinda. I mean, it's not. I wouldn't say AI is running it. It's more a series of AIs are. No one source would be contributing to the majority of its operation. It's a network of networks, so it's a lot of brains.
Yeah, it's kind of shitty that it's not being, also double checked manually.
It might be. I mean, the inner workings of the network to be very safeguarded secrets, like exactly how it works. I'm sure probably less than 25 people on the face of the planet know.
Do you not see a problem in the fact that a private company that not only controls cash flow or in general transactions manages to, by their own guidelines, press other members into either obeying or fucking off?
No, I don't have a problem with a private company that has built itself an empire using its own rules to police the network it has created.
Yeah, but if said network is basically at this point infrastructure for the entire world.
I wouldn't say that it is.
Well, 80%.
That is not a valid. That's not an accurate number. I meant to correct you. That number is like either you made it up or you've got some really bad intel. But the number is like
I'm willing to agree.
The number is probably half that. If it's probably less than half.
Okay, so how much percentage transactions around the world does Visa control or go through their network?
To pass over the network. Yeah, I would say it's probably somewhere in the neighborhood of.
In the neighborhood of
35 to 40% of global transactions probably pass over the Visa network.
And the rest would be dealt between MasterCard, American Express, PayPal, and
Alipay. I mean, there are networks all over the world. Like there's, I think, 3 that operate just in China. There's 2, I believe, that operate just in. There's a couple that operate just in India. There's 1 or 2 that operate just in. I mean, they're still payment networks. They're still card networks. Just because they're not global, but those still represent traffic across payment networks that is not touched by Visa.
Well, the global part is kind of. I think that's why they got the 80%, because it's globally accepted payment methods.
Yeah, and Visa worked hard in order to become globally accepted. They worked extremely difficult. They worked harder than any build the most elaborate rails on which transactions can process. No single company has more payment technology. The premier innovator in the electronics space. So, I mean, you can criticize them for but one of the reasons why they are the size any is interested in being that size. Oh, sorry about that.
It's not your fault.
One of the reasons why they are is because it doesn't appear that many of their competitors have any interest in doing the work required in order to be that size. Instead, a lot of the other competitors are perfectly comfortable in allowing Visa to do the innovation and then just kind of ride the coattails of a rising. But for the most part, Visa builds the industry. The rest of the industry just uses what Visa builds. So, I mean, you can hold that against Visa, but I don't know why Visa should be made responsible to make sure that their competitors are doing more.
So there's not just a company pushing. Competition tends to breed innovation.
So the main competitor for Visa is cash.
Like physical cash or like another company called Cash?
Physical cash. Cash currency.
Okay. Just making sure.
The vast majority.
I've heard a lot of wacky names for companies.
Yeah. So the vast majority of financial transactions across the world happen via cash transfer.
Well, yeah, ground level. Yeah.
Yeah. So the absolute main competitor, the biggest area of growth for Visa would be, and this is true for MasterCard, American Express, and Discover. Like, that's one of the things about American. So a lot of U.S. senators duopoly, which is a stupid term anyway. I mean, the fact that you already have two means that you don't necessarily, a duopoly has less control than a and therefore is less risk than a monopoly. A monopoly is a risk because it is singular and doesn't have to take anything else into consideration, can just basically make what feedback. As soon as you have a duopoly, you've annihilated most of those concerns. But anyways, so the duopoly of Visa Master a lot in discussions on Capitol Hill here in the United States. And it really is, it's really weird because there are 4 major companies, not 2. Like American Express and Discover there, like they exist, but the criticisms of Visa and MasterCard, American Discover, have nothing to do with Visa and MasterCard, and have more to do with the fact that American Express and Discover, with being the size that they are, they don't actually have real growth aspirations in their business models, because they're making plenty of money just doing what they're doing. They don't have to spend any money innovating. They don't do a bunch of research and development. They're not out there making the most sophisticated network the world has ever seen. They just.
But doesn't that
they're just also there, and they're making plenty of money doing it. So.
But doesn't that open the door for a monopoly to be created?
No, because you would need Visa and MasterCard to merge in order to have an effective monopoly.
Well, this is based on what I know, not from this topic, but in general. You can correct me if I'm wrong. Doesn't MasterCard like have much less than Visa in terms of coverage?
Coverage as far as what?
Like, let's say percentage of market.
I mean, I would say that they are coverage-wise. I would say that they're probably in as many marketplaces as Visa. They just don't process as many transactions across the network. They don't have the same volume.
Fair enough.
That's probably the easiest way to describe the differences between companies.
Okay.
But that's a consumer choice.
Is there a particular reason why MasterCard isn't keeping up with Visa in terms of volume?
I don't know. I imagine it comes down to marketing and brand strength. Visa is a stronger brand.
How so? Like before they got to where they are now.
Well, I mean, they got to where they are now by becoming the brand. So, I mean, the two, like everybody understands that Visa is the last 70 years. So.
And what about MasterCard? Is MasterCard as old as Visa when it comes to this shit?
No.
Oh, that explains it.
Yeah, so Visa's been around longer. Visa has done. They're just a more established name. They're a more trusted name within the industry. They just have a strong. It's sort of like Nike in the sports apparel industry. Like Nike controls a lot of that market, but Nike also built a lot of that market.
Isn't Adidas just as strong as Nike?
In certain places in the world, but I think globally, and I know that they've come up over the last about 15 years or so. So, but I'm fairly certain Nike still has a pretty strong control. I don't know. I haven't looked at those numbers in a while.
Yeah, I do not care about Nike or Adidas. What was that?
Adidas subsold.
Oh, you little Russian bastard.
Давай, блядь. No, come only here for the memes.
Yeah, so it looks like Nike does.
Keep yapping.
It does look like Nike does hold a larger global market than Adidas.
I'm surprised they still do, considering the amount of fucking shit they've been into like the past couple of years.
But it just comes down to, that's what I was saying, is like there's no substitute for brand strength and just reliability. Like when you've just been around doing being on the top forever, that it's you get a bit of a leeway when you can kind of weather more. You're a little bit more resistant to certain market conditions.
Amazon springs to mind. I guess that would be an exception to the rule.
How so?
Well,
they're doing fine.
Well, and I mean, like the fact that Amazon came after eBay and managed to just outperform it in its own game.
Yeah, kind of. That's also what innovation gives you. Amazon was willing to innovate where, complacent. eBay was comfortable with where they were with the current sort of paradigm, and Amazon said, "Hey, there's room for improvement here."
But
and then Amazon did the improvement. Amazon did the innovation, and you do the innovation, you get to stand on top.
But what did Amazon innovate and improve compared to eBay? Because both are pretty similar, if you ask me, in terms of like the amount of risk you can take buying certain things.
So from my understanding, I haven't, but I mean, because Amazon started as a bookstore, and so they had, before they started expanding into other products, they already had the like next day promise for their books because of their ability to source books.
Huh.
They were confident that they would be able to source a book close enough to you to get it to you in a day. And so when they started moving into other products, they had to make sure that they were sort of continuing that. They also had better customer, and they were just a more reliable sort of courier than eBay, because they were willing to do basically whatever get it to. eBay was basic.
eBay was basically what?
We're basically just going to put this in the post and hope that it gets to you.
Oh.
Whereas Amazon was more sort of dedicated to we're going to make sure this gets to you. Even if we have to pay somebody to go drive it to your house, which is how that actually started as well. Once Amazon started
invested
doing
in like a delivery company.
These nuts.
Oh yeah, actually,
Yeah,
this kind of reminds me of something that either you or Papa. Actually, it was Papa that said this. The fact that physical copies have a place and a need in the world. And I remember mentioning one of the one of the limitations before that. That would have been my second point before we got derailed on other shit. There's a limit for physical copies. Because if I don't know if you bought the GTA 5 PC edition on disc, but there were like 7 of them that you would have to like swap between to install the game.
Yeah, I mean that's the way physical space works.
How feasible do you think it would be for games nowadays to be on disc, or have a physical copy that wouldn't be 3 discs even for a console?
Well, I mean, one of the issues that you started to have with like PC gaming is that with the rise of like gaming laptops and mini PCs, one of the things that has sort of seen its way out is not every computer has a CD or DVD ROM. You don't even have a disk drive. And
most of them still
what are you,
did, at least around here. Most of them still did until digital gaming became a thing. Even after digital gaming started, we still relied on discs for like a good 3 years.
Well, and that would make it a difficult transition back. So, like, once manufacturing has jumped on board the reality of digital games and no longer the physical copies, well, how do you ever transition back?
I would assume something similar to USB, because USBs can have like terabytes on them now. So I assume you would just technically buy a plastic case with a USB on it, or in it.
So basically have a game on a flash drive?
Something like that, at least for the install. Kind of like discs used to be.
Yeah.
I assume that would be the only feasible way for the majority of games to still have a physical like version of them.
But also you have to take into consideration, would you like your games to become more expensive now?
They already are getting more expensive for no fucking reason, so At least I would own the fucking game.
Like, how much more? What percentage more are you willing to pay in order to own a physical copy?
Well, 0, because
okay, then you're not going to get it.
Well, that's the thing. That's how it used to be. A digital copy wouldn't cost more than the physical copy.
Yeah, for a while. While the purchase model was making its transition. But I will tell you right now, the transition to digital copies has brought down the cost of video games over the decades.
It hasn't. The games stay like the moment ever since games costed like $60, that's when the transition from CD like when CDs or DVDs started dying, and digital copies mainly took over, and both would be priced at 60. It's just, would you rather put a disc in it and wait until the disc gets installed, or would you just download it from the internet, which could be faster potentially? So
but what I'm saying is, when you factor into inflation and you look at what games used to cost, and then you look at the price of games over time, adjusted for inflation, the price of games went down.
when actually inflation calculator, US dollar. If in 20, let's be generous, 2015 roughly, $60, calculate, it would cost $81 now.
So like back in the day, like in the 80s and 90s, when we were playing the Nintendo and Super Nintendo.
Yeah.
Games would cost a brand new game for the NES would cost anywhere between $40 and $50.
Let's go with $50.
When you go to that's somewhere in the neighborhood of $140. Well,
123.
Using what year are you talking about?
1990.
Go back to 86.
Okay. 147.
Yeah. And then if you go into the 90s, so say like 94, 95. And
95.
You're talking about the SNES. New games were usually somewhere around the neighborhood of $65. So it'd be similar. You'd be somewhere around upper 130s, I believe.
No fucking way they were that expensive at that point in time.
A new game for the SNES was was typically about $65.
What the fuck?
In the 90s. Yes.
In the 2000s, we had games that were like $40, brand new.
Yeah, because innovations were made in the gaming industry.
So where did we fucking go backwards?
I don't know. I don't know why licensing, because that's essentially what you're doing currently with digital games. Is you are no longer purchasing games. You are purchasing a licensing agreement,
which is stupid.
Yeah. It's not a great model, but it should theoretically keep the cost down. I don't know if the cost of production of games has gone up. I mean,
oh well, yeah, because of bloat. Hire more people to do. Like it's not even hire good people. It's just hire a fuck ton of people to basically do the same job half of them could do if they were like as good at coding. Like gaming companies physically grew in size, for better or for worse. And the standards of quality dropped through the fucking floor.
So like, what do new games, just like the base gameplay version of a new game, what are they running currently?
What do you mean?
About how much do they cost?
$70.
All right.
Nintendo is pushing for 80.
So I mean, so that's still kind of in line with where things were 20 years ago.
Yeah.
But back then you got a physical copy.
Yeah, or a digital one if you had the choice and you owned the game, whether you had a digital or a physical.
There weren't a lot of digital copies in 2005.
2005?
Yeah.
I was going 2015, where the transition period was.
Okay. And I wasn't buying video games in 2015. About how much did they cost in 2015?
Well, in 2015, they were like $60.
All right, so we're still basically in line. So
the only thing that changed is whether we own them or not.
The actual cost has probably plateaued and flatlined about 20-ish years ago. So for about the last 20 years, the actual cost of games has been relatively the same. But there's trade-offs for doing the digital versus physical copy as well, and that is the digital copy can be, sort of, it's kind of alive as long as it's being supported. The developer and publisher can make changes and release those changes. Now, a lot of times they're going to charge you for those changes, so it's not exactly a benefit.
No. But it's still pretty fucking garbage, the fact that the price plateaued, but literally, like, the only thing that changed is that you don't own your game anymore, digital or not. Because even digital, they were not allowed to take your game away from you back in 2015.
So now you own a license to play a digital copy of any game, of a game that is supported.
I don't know when this change happened, because everything's digital, so it could have happened in any update any year since 2015, 2016. Steam being one of the only companies that did not do that change. Like, so I still own.
If you currently have a license to play a digital copy of a game, which is essentially what you're purchasing now, and that game, the publisher decides they are no longer going to support that game.
Yeah.
They just revoke your license?
Basically. That's what happened with The Crew and what sparked the Stop Killing Games.
That's not cool.
Yeah, I know. Because I love The Crew. I owned The Crew.
No, you didn't.
Well, when I bought it, I did.
You thought you did.
Because I bought it in 2017. Like there were still physical copies of the game everywhere. Actually, holy shit! The Crew is actually the only game that had a physical version, and you technically don't own it. Actually, hold on. Let me Google this. Does the physical copy of the Crew work? No, the physical copy of the original The Crew does not work anymore. Damn. Oh, it's because they shut down the servers.
Okay, I was gonna say, how does it not work unless there's just nothing to connect it? So you can still load it. There's just nothing to. So you can boot it up. It's just once you get into the menu, there's nothing for you to do.
Yeah. Yeah, it's because it requires an online. Oh yeah, because this was the period of time where games were forced to have online connections, so anti-piracy. Because that was also during the time where people were complaining that Doom required an online connection, like a game from the 90s. And people lost their fucking minds over it.
A game from the 90s that was never online.
Yeah, exactly.
It was always analog.
Yeah.
It was always local. Yeah, I think I'm trying to remember what the first shooter like that had an online element was Quake. Had a LAN.
But you can still run Quake in single player.
Yeah, Quake was still a single player game, but it I think it was the first to have a multiplayer feature to it.
Actually, hold on. First online shooter game.
It's at least the first one I remember anybody actually playing.
Oh, fair enough. Because apparently it was MIDI Maze, MIDI Maze, also known as Xath Maze. It was released in '87 for the Atari ST.
Oh, so I meant like an online multiplayer.
Yeah. You would use so it utilized the computer's MIDI ports to enable a network up to 16 players to compete against each other, with players represented by smiley faces.
Interesting.
Huh. The more you know. I would have thought Quake.
Yeah, because Quake was that was the thing that I remember that made that game so popular, because the game actually wasn't really that cool. But you could set up a LAN, a local area network, and you could game with your friends. You could kill your friends.
Yep.
That was cool. People really liked that. And then that sparked a huge run on online first-person shooters.
Or oh wait, no, never. I was about to say it looks like a modded version of Doom or something, but it's just a video playback thing.
I do believe it ran on the same engine, if I remember correctly. I think everything ran on that engine until Unreal.
I thought fuck, what's the engine that
Oh, and then you have the Valve engine.
exactly. Yeah, that's I was about to say the Valve engine. I thought that would be the one that came before Unreal.
Yeah, but except it was only the Valve engine was only ever used in Valve games. So that was the thing about the Doom engine and the Unreal engine were licensed out to other developers.
What about the
But
engine that
Valve kept
Far
their
Cry
engine.
used?
I believe up until Far Cry 3, they were using Unreal until they created the Far Cry engine.
No, it was just CryEngine.
Yeah, didn't they start that in Far Cry 3?
No, they started with the first Far Cry back in 2004.
Oh, well, then they changed it for Far Cry 3.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they did. Wait.
That was their...
Far Cry 3 engine. Far Cry 3 is using Dunia 2 game engine. Actually, hold on. When was Unreal Engine made? Oh, the first time Unreal Engine was ever used was in 98.
Yeah, I don't remember which one of theirs was the one that got real popular. I think it was Unreal 3. Sounds about right. Felt like that one was everywhere. I don't even know what they're up to now.
Apparently, none of the Far Cry games ever used Unreal Engine.
Well, I guess they were using the Cry engine before 3, and they shifted. There was definitely a change in engine.
Yeah, it was to Dunia and Dunia 2. So they first swapped to Dunia with Far Cry 2, which was based off of the Cry engine. Far Cry 3 and Far Cry 4 used Dunia 2, and Far Cry 6 uses an upgraded version of Dunia 2. Damn, they ran this engine forever now. I mean, props. It explains why Far Cry games feel so like similar. As in, like, they have that Far Cry feel to them. Actually, even Crysis, I think, uses those still uses CryEngine. What game engines do Crysis games use? Yeah, they kept CryEngine for for all 3 games. Yeah, the Crysis 1 used CryEngine, Crysis 2 used CryEngine 2, and the third one used CryEngine 3. Pretty on theme. Oh, I miss that franchise. Good thing I have it all installed. But I guess that kind of wraps things up. Shit, that was an intense discussion. I guess people just need to focus on gathering more information about at least the games front of the battlefield.
Yeah, and I would just caution people against creating villains to go after. This could be a situation where there may not actually be a villain here. This could be
technically
there's plenty of scenarios where this was just a matter of oversight or misunderstanding. That just something just needs to be corrected, and once it's corrected, things can.
But to be fair,
move on.
This at least this conflict kind of started and stopped where it is. Like the conflict didn't really spark further than having issues with payment processors and collective shout. Like it didn't spread further, kind of like the other one with the internet censorship, which holy shit, we really need to get fucking boots on. Fuck.
Yeah, I mean that's a bigger one to keep an eye on because that's direct government policy. That's a direct government action against people.
And they're also outright ignoring the people when they say fuck off with this shit.
Yeah, well, the thing is, like, they've been doing that for years now. Like,
yeah, but not to this degree.
Yes, even to this degree. There's been other legislation that has passed that pissed off a section of the people. They petitioned the government. The government said, "We hear you," and then nothing changed. Well, this is sort of the current modus operandi for the British government right now. Is there doesn't seem to be any real accountability in the system for.
But it was mostly contained to England.
Yes.
America.
Yeah, this one, not only did it piss off the entire England and Europe, it spilled over into Europe as a law to be implemented, and even to the US.
The Scottish are also pissed.
Oh, of course. I bet Ireland is fucking pissed too.
Definitely. And the Welsh.
But come election time, a bunch of those people that the electorate are pissed off at are going to get a bunch of votes. This is the problem.
To be fair, I think England right now is having, unironically, a revolution.
Yeah, we'll see about that. I've been hearing this for 20 years, so I'll believe it when I see it.
Well, this is the first I'm hearing of England having a revolution. The closest thing I've heard was when they fucked around with the farmers of England.
So they messed around with free speech. I don't even remember what that was about. That was probably about 15 years ago. There was a big free speech issue that was supposedly going to spark a revolution. That never happened. Then there's been huge issues with immigration over the last 10 years.
Yeah.
Which supposedly was going to spark multiple revolutions. I thought Sargon was actually going to lead one. That never happened. What else has there been? There's been smaller things as
Brexit.
well. Where yeah, well, that kind of was a revolution.
Well,
that's about as close as you're ever going to see to one.
There actually was another thing, like something to do with the royal family.
Yeah, I just don't think that the English people have enough taste for liberty to actually do anything about it. They are perfectly comfortable being subjects to a monarch. So
yeah.
It's a constitutional
I
monarchy.
think their voices are getting muffled by their crooked teeth.
You from English? You by in the Asian.
It sounds like you have a dick in your mouth.
Well, they probably do, honestly, with those crooked teeth.
All right, so I will continue to sort of monitor the stuff that we've talked about, and you and I can follow up as if anything important comes to light.
Right now, I'm mostly keeping in touch with the online censorship more than the gaming bullshit.
Probably a good use of your energy, I'd say. One of them's more important than the other.
Oh yeah. The thing is, I kind of came to like the gaming one was like a small topic that pissed me off, but gamers were on point. Well, at the time, based off of the information I had, on point, as in like they started taking action. Clearly not the best action now, but at least they started taking action compared to just sitting and letting it go by. Because gamers tended to do that for a lot of things. And at least we finally see some spunk out of the community to like stop bullshit from happening to our games. But yeah, I'm mainly focusing on this shit.
I think it if nothing else, will communicate to the people who run the industries associated with gaming to tread lightly, to like be aware of the volatility that currently exists. Yeah, currently exists within the gaming community. Yeah.
Yeah, we're at the, we have no more rope for our patience. Like, this is like, it's more like a roar towards the entire gaming community on the like corporate side. Like, we're done with the bullshit. Fucking get your act together or fuck off.
Let's play Hangman, but in real life.
Yeah. And they finally reached the final leg. Or more like the final toe.
It really wasn't that long ago that when elected officials stepped out of line, we would tar and feather them. I don't know why that I don't know why that policy ever went away. It seems
I can think of a few things.
It seems we have some public officials in multiple countries that are in dire need of a bird costume.
I think we're gonna skip the bird costume and we're just gonna bring the fucking cauldron with the boiling water to like tie them together and put them in. Jesus fucking Christ.
Stop the planet.
The worst part is, like, with this online bullshit and the laws, I'm actually unironically getting a VPN myself. Like, the moment I have to ID verify even with a VPN, that's when I'm dropping the fucking internet completely. Fuck you. I'll swap to phone till cellular communication.
Also, the moment you start to have governments not wanting you to have a VPN, that's the exact moment I want to have 3.
I don't want to put all my money in one basket every fucking month.
Yeah. I want to have some...
Rent is already fucking me over.
Redundancy here.
I get the redundancy, but at the same time, fucking hell, rent, like, monthly expenses on their own are already fucking crippling. I don't need more. And I don't even have, like, streaming services and shit. I just have phone, internet, car, and fucking, like, insurance. And Well, the fucking bare necessities.
Sweet home Alabama.
At this point, I'll take Alabama.
Yeah, you've probably never been to Alabama.
I don't want to be
Better than fucking country. Europe.
It depends on what part of Europe you're talking about.
Yes.
And what part of Alabama.
It smells like shit.
Oh boy.